'Twas on a hearty winter air bitten with frost, and none would dare venture where many were lost. He sailed his mighty longship to the island of stone, where the king of the serpents had made it his home. The storm was a raging, waves broke on the deck. The bell rang with a tolling to warn of a wreck. But naught could deter him from the fate of his quest. Winds tore through the mainsail, yet onward he pressed.
Sing praise to our hero, and remember with cheer when we smote the basilisks and freed us from fear. Hero, we smote, praise, cheer, freed us from fear. He landed with a cavern, but dare not go in. He bellowed to the beast there, and it crawled to him. This brain of the feminine, with a crown on its head, scoped out from the hollow, its eyes burning red. All those who looked upon it were doomed by its gaze. Their hearts are cold granite, their veins are stone maze. The more the mighty serpent gave wide I could gaze. A whale shook the mountains and echoed its haze. Sing praise to our hero, and remember with cheer when we smote the basilisks and freed us from fear. Hero, we smote, praise, cheer, freed us from fear. Fangs dripping with venom, bursting for the kill. The thief flips his kite shield and stopped the beast still. The shield had been polished with hot drops of oil. At the sight of its likeness it wrenched and recoiled. The stream over its eyes and flesh statues like rain. With the swing of his halberd the serpent was slain. Its belt he made a cape and turned teeth into horns. Great monsters died that night and a hero was born. Sing praise to our hero, and remember with cheer when we smote the basilisks and freed us from fear. Sing praise to our hero, and remember with cheer when we smote the basilisks and freed us from fear. Hero, we smote, praise, cheer, freed us from fear.
I've been a wild rover for many's the year, and I've spent all me money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning with gold in great store, and I never will play the wild.
As I was riding over the far from Kerry mountains, I met with Captain Farrell and his money he was counting. I first produced me
How's the lice?
Hello there, ladies
I
and
know
gentlemen.
people are
Oh
in
wait,
Overwatch.
hang on, is Chance here?
Oh,
I'm
yo,
not entirely sure.
listen. Navi.
I think he might have fucked up the thing.
What do you mean?
Never mind. I think it's just.
Oh
not.
no.
Food from my cafe is toxic waste. All right, we are currently waiting for one of our troops to
Oh,
get back
no.
from the laboratory.
Oh no.
From the laboratory.
Yes, that.
Oh no.
What is it?
He got fucking food poisoning.
So while we're waiting on our good old friend Emil or Chance, we're gonna get our sillies
Aggressive
out.
shitting.
This is a typical tradition of our troop here, and that's typically speaking, we're a bunch of
Fucking idiots,
flavorful
thank you.
people before the session starts.
The flavor is crime.
Be gay, do crime.
The flavor is crime and using a voice which is so unnaturally not more actual voice.
So that is one of my specialties. You should know I do this
curse
very often.
people.
No, this gives me a really good excuse to just start voice training, and I thank you for this.
Of course. That cough is never going to go away. Ugh. Whew. So, how excited are we feeling today, gents? Lads, lasses, well, last singular.
Lastless.
I'm doing alright.
That was an expression of my mental state. I feel lastless.
Doing alright.
On that maidenless
I mean,
behavior, homie.
I'm in intense pain, but I'm alright.
So, Kyle,
I couldn't.
I'm on that mid-semester scream.
ugh,
Oh yeah, between last session and this session, my fucking car window got smashed to shit.
a what?
Sorry about that.
Damn. Do you know
Cost
who
me
did it?
$600. It was God.
Ah, what happened?
Fucking branch fell.
Oh.
Ah, damn. Yeah, my brake,
I was
we
driving
just
through
have to
with
fix up
fucking
my
terrified.
brakes.
I thought you were gonna say, yeah, sorry, that was my branch.
Yeah, sorry, no. I
No, it
was
happened
working on
when I
that
was driving.
training.
Terrifying, and I was like, holy shit, I'm going to die.
Yeah, no, I had to, we had to take my car in to get the brakes fixed, because the brakes were super funky.
Alright,
That's
shut up.
generally not it.
Shut up. Real quick, I am going to need to run, and I'll be like 10 minutes, maybe, if that.
Chance is probably
But,
going to be on the shitter for the next 10 minutes, so
Yeah.
you have time.
Don't worry, you have the length of a food poisoning shit to do your shit.
Okay, I have enough.
Are you sure you have enough shit though?
I am so glad that this is the beginning of our session
Yeah.
1.
Yeah.
Especially now that it's recorded.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, we're recording
I
these?
asked for.
Gross.
They're on stream, Cameron.
Did you add the
Hold
thing
on.
that I asked for?
Give me a
what thing
sec.
was that?
I'll be right back.
It was.
Shit.
Oh, shit. I forgot about that. I'll
What
work
did
on
you
that
say?
for next session.
Next session.
I mean, technically, I could start working on it now while I'm waiting, because I've got everything prepared.
Hard.
Pardon. So, wait a minute. That means I
Oh.
got 2 different bugs to work on.
Who other one has a bug?
Dylan, who is currently with Kyle instead of on their own account in the call, wants to be represented by a weird, like, firefly, dragonfly hybrid.
Ooh, that sounds tasty.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, since
What,
Dylan's
you
often...
don't describe favorable objects as in terms of whether or not you would consume them and enjoy it?
I mean, at least mine, like, sort of fits with my character.
In all fairness, Dylan doesn't have a character. Dylan's just kind of cute. But
That's
Dylan's
fair.
here very frequently, so I figured might as well
He's
give
the
them
bear
some
rug
representation.
that we've hung up against the wall. Why is there a bear rug on the wall?
Don't worry about it.
You got wall people walking up there? Lounging upon your
worry.
bear rug?
Sir,
You
this
see the
bar
fucking
is
rogue
located
at
in
the corner?
Hearthstiln, the Smallfolk nation that is directly next to the, like, massive island portal into the Feywild. Are you gonna question me? And the
Yeah.
decorative choices of this bar?
Yes, that's right. I am. Not because I desire an answer, but because it adds more entropy to this social situation.
Jacob,
by
are you-
asking questions I do not desire the answers to.
Jacob, are you suggesting that a gnome would in fact not walk on the walls?
Are you suggesting that I
Are you
ask
suggesting that
questions for the
Bullfoots
sake
don't
of
walk
being
on the
answered
walls?
instead of asking questions for the sake of filling the air with my wretched questions?
Jacob, what you're saying is that Bullfoots do not walk on the walls?
Is it the second law of thermodynamics? I am the social second law of thermodynamics.
And also,
Wait,
let's
all of
not,
my-
let's not even
all of my
question the
statements.
creature head that I have hung up on the wall. No clue what
Oh,
that thing
that's
is.
fine. That's, it's anomalous
See, that looks
creatures.
cool, so I don't care.
Yeah,
Listen.
I got no clue what that thing is. I don't know who put it
Steering
up
wheel.
there. And it's kind of just staring down at, I think it's staring down at Wolfram. Maybe Thorin. I think, actually, no, it would have very good reason to stare down at Thorin. I'm just gonna put my face back in the way of that thing.
Is that eyeball organic? Is that glass or is it just like
no,
the eye
that's
that was with
an
the
eye.
skull?
That is an eye that has been constantly
Oh.
staring at Thorin the moment he walked in.
Fascinating.
Hello?
Yeah. Hi.
I am
Alright.
its greatest
Alright.
threat. Yeah, that's.
It's fair.
So, yeah, I again, I don't know who put it up there. It wasn't me.
Where's Steven at?
This isn't even my bar. I'm just borrowing it for the day. But for the
Just
next few
borrowing
hours
the
we're
bar.
here. I paid money.
Borrowing the bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
You rented the entire bar.
Yes.
Is Steven not going to
Valid.
be here?
Mm-mm. He is currently going through some things today. Not gonna be
He's
here.
going.
Got his own shit going on.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, I forgot to set an alarm for my laundry. Anyways, I think 30 minutes will be enough to determine whether or not my laundry's done.
Yeah, probably. Also, Chance, are you here now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Alright. Now, we're waiting on Kyle!
Just you wait, he's gonna arrive in exactly 30 minutes, and I have to go to get my laundry.
This entire stream isn't even gonna be us playing D&D. It's gonna be
That's
one person after the other leaving for various reasons.
That's right, ladies, germs, and other associated organisms. This is a just chatting stream now.
Holy shit, if that's the case, I gotta put different tags on the stream.
Get the hot tub.
I'll quickly
go in there
whip
with my
up art
full
for a hot
stoop.
tub. Oh, yeah. Chance, how are you feeling this day?
Good and
Hey,
bad.
besides the fact
I'll be
that you
doing
just got
homework in
food
the
poisoning?
downtime. No, I don't have food poisoning. It's just like I don't know if you're in school, then you know like the fucking food that they serve you in like college cafeterias is like edible and nutritious, but you're gonna end up on the toilet.
Have
Like,
you ever had an MRE, my guy?
Yeah, my dad was a Marine. I've eaten plenty of MREs, and I will say
No.
the shits from this food zoo much better than the shits from an MRE. They're much worse. How are you doing, Dean? Like, only thing that
Or
beats
either
it is
trying to
probably
make it constipated.
any MRE that involves beans. Probably make you shit more.
Ooh.
That's why I go with the chili mac.
The
Oh, chili mac be fucking busted.
Oh my god.
Really busted.
Bro really said the chili mac.
What fucking
eating
MRE do you
plastic?
like?
I'm trying to remember what the different ones I've had.
I've had them all. Like, legitimately, I've had them all.
Chance, real quick, can you disconnect and reconnect? Chance?
Yeah. Did that work? Or are you talking about from Discord?
Yeah, from Discord.
Alright.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, the reactive image wasn't working for a second. Now it is.
Okay.
Is mine working?
Yep, yours is working. I'm pretty sure everyone else's was working. It was just specifically Chance's.
Yep.
Alright.
Dylan, you still there?
I'm here.
I was talking
Hello?
with Dylan.
Oh, Dylan. Thought you said Thorin. I thought we were in character.
No.
You would know if I was in character.
Or he would be speaking with a very thick German accent.
I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you? How did you get in my house?
Did the ants send you?
Don't,
Alright, actually,
don't make
like-
me send you another. Don't make me send you a curse most foul.
So, real quick, while Kyle is still gone, I'm gonna go grab a bottle of water.
I swear to God, the moment you
Wait
leave,
for
he's
it.
gonna come
Wait
back.
for it. Wait for it.
What? What?
What's up? What have you found?
Deep, do you read My Hero?
Yeah, I do.
Have you read the newest chapter?
The one which came out this morning? No.
Holy
Wait, hang on.
shit,
A new one
bro.
came out? Alright, I gotta read this.
That is the biggest plot twist
Oh,
of
no.
all time.
Hey,
Wait,
hang on.
there was a
Which
plot?
chapter is it?
369.
Oh, okay, never mind. I have already read it.
Wait a
Dude,
minute.
that is the biggest plot twist of all time. What the fuck?
Party road
If that's
what?
what I
Sex
think is
number.
if that's what I think is happening, that's crazy. I never saw that coming.
I need to read this fucker.
What are we
I
talking
knew
about?
it. I knew
My
it.
hero. What is it,
I
Jacob?
don't,
What is it?
I don't read nerd comics.
The idol.
Says the one painting Warhammer minis.
The main
Right,
map you
Warhammer's
have.
different because it's actual lore.
The main map you have on this little thing where we have our little paper or our pages and stuff. That's just Bowerstone from Fable.
Yeah, I just grabbed it off Google Images. I was like, this is the most accurate depiction of Hearthstiln that I've seen thus far. I'm using it.
Also, every session I'm going to make my little paper messier and messier by adding one line of text.
Oh boy.
Just better hope it don't get filled up.
Sir, this campaign is a long one.
That's better hope it don't get filled up.
I'm gonna use it as tally marks for each demon I slay.
Hey, you know what? I like that idea. Go for it.
We'd better fill it up.
He's gonna be the Tuska Demon Killer of this campaign.
No, that's Kyle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Listen, man, I'm just
I
here
think
for
I'm-
your research needs.
Listen, I'm here to just listen. You need a firearm? You need a little thing?
Can I see some Bible thumps in the chat, please?
Odd.
I know it's a few minutes late. I did make it to kind of throw my 2 cents in, but some Marty shits I find the lemon.
That's exquisite. The MRE discourse continues.
Yo, all right,
things are
let
heating
me-
up in the MRE fandom.
Don't know what that word says because I can't answer it. For some reason on
What word?
it's after lemon. I can't uncensor it. For some
Pound.
reason.
Pound?
Yeah. What the fuck? Lemon pound cake? Yo, lemon pound cake. The do be busted as well. That
Jacob, are you able to see the?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's weird. I don't know why it's censored for you then.
You're at you got parental restrictions on your Twitch account?
You baby man, little baby boy.
Pound cake.
Apparently, it's a sexually explicit message. What the fuck, Twitch?
Pound.
Pound for pound.
The real question is, why are your age restrictions so strict?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, the lemon pound cake do be pretty damn good too. I personally like the poppy pound cake myself.
Go check on my my dumplings that I've been I have some leftover rice, so I was like, oh, I'll just make some dumplings. But I don't want to like use a pan, so I was like, I just literally grabbed my rice cooker, didn't put any rice in, and just put the steamer basket on top with some dumplings and some water. I was just like, it'll stop when it boils off the water. So we're going through a bit of an experiment right here, because the concept of a rice cooker is that like it stops when the water's gone and it rises above the boiling point of water. That's its trigger to stop. So when the water's gone, so it will work perfectly fine as a steamer, I hope.
You hope.
You know what? That's not the worst idea I've seen.
In fact, you can use a rice cooker as a steamer.
I've got secondary approval. I'm cool. Look at me being ingenious. I still have to clean that rice cooker, but I didn't have to make rice.
What are you trying to use steam though with the rice cooker? Because
I
wasn't
have
paying
like
attention.
frozen dumplings.
Oh, okay, yeah, that'll work. Just make sure to put something underneath at the bottom of the rice cooker so it doesn't stick.
Don't forget to wash your rice.
He's not
Gotten
making
approval
rice.
from the dumpling.
Yeah, hold on. Let me go wash my leftover rice.
Oh, it's leftover. All right.
Yeah, I have leftover rice, but I'm just using the rice cooker as like a steamer. Because it has like a steam. It came with the rice cooker that I got for moving into this apartment. It came with like a steamer basket.
Where do you live that they give out rice cookers for moving into apartments, bro? I'm kind of jealous.
No, I just bought it to take with me to the apartment.
I just bought it with my money.
You have money?
Wild, and I know.
So I think the answer is Walmart.
I think it was from Amazon. I don't know. one of the large corporations in this cyberpunk world we live in.
I think it's more just
this
cyber
Walmart of a
dystopian,
world.
honestly.
What do you mean what do you think cyberpunk's about? Like dystopia?
Cyberpunk is not necessarily dystopian.
What do you mean?
It is. I'm
Wrong.
pretty sure it's by
Wrong.
definition
Wrong.
dystopian.
One of the definitions of cyberpunk is that it is a dystopia.
You live in a
Well, you're
late-stage
just wrong.
capitalist dystopia
Yeah, that's fair.
where business and corporations govern every single aspect of society. That's
So we have cybernetic
We have literal bionics.
Hunger Games, Blade Runner,
The recent cyberpunk anime that just came out.
the cyberpunk anime that came out.
So what I'm hearing is, we need to overthrow the government, or just corporations in general.
Overthrow the corporations. Honestly,
What I'm getting at is we need to move into.
What's the difference?
I need to move into.
Not much.
I need to go to a worse part of Philly and truly live out my cyberpunk fantasies of getting fucking shot.
Yep. Exactly. You get it.
Anyways, I should check out my dumplings.
Yeah, you go check on your dumplings.
Kyle said that he'd be back.
He did.
Well,
Within, like 10 minutes, I think he said.
But it's Kyle.
Do androids dream of electric sheep kind of started?
Have you guys forgotten Kyle's perception of time is warped?
Yeah, that is fair.
Kyle did fall into the warp a few times, so yeah, it makes sense.
His character's whole thing is he clawed his way out of hell, which, like, warped his entire reality and sense of time.
Am I being accurate? He clawed his way out of the warp.
Yeah.
When's the last time you built a blanket fort?
You know what?
I was 8.
Ooh.
You built a blanket fort yesterday?
I was 8.
When you were
I
8?
said yesterday. Not everything is about you, bro. Other
I
people
don't know
exist.
last time I built a blanket fort. Honestly,
Built one
Alright, I'm back.
Friday.
the only time I ever built blanket forts was when I was at my grandma and grandpa's.
Yo, we splitting this, right?
So that
I'm
had
back.
to be years ago. Oh, welcome back, Tom.
Yo, we splitting.
Welcome back.
Yeah,
Has Chance finished shitting himself?
Yeah. We
No, I'm
were
done.
having a very enlightening discussion on when's the last time you made a blanket fort?
When was the last time you made a blanket fort?
Jacob made one a few
Friday.
days ago. I remember he sent a picture in the chat. You would know too if you paid attention to what
Like,
Jacob sent in the chat.
I saw that. I was
did pay attention
talking
to
to
what Jacob
Kyle.
said. I'm pretty sure I responded to that shit.
Yo! I got an S plus as LeBlanc.
Hell yeah.
Long teeth.
And yet... oh, come on.
Holy fuck, Ziggs did way more damage than me. I got an S plus, so did the Ziggs, and I got more kills than the Ziggs, but the Ziggs got 10,000 more damage than me.
Get fucked.
Sounds like you stole a lot of the Ziggs kills.
No, I just have a lot of burst damage. They were my kills.
Were your kills because you stole them?
You don't
Listen,
play
it's
the
not
game.
my fault the hands are oily and they kept dropping their fucking kills and I
That's right.
picked them up.
That's right, yeah. It's not my fault I snuck into their house and
No, I'm
nabbed their
half
kills
tempted
from
to
their
play
kill
40
pantry.
Mechanicus in the background.
What was that?
Thing.
Alright, well, is everyone here?
Yes.
Good to go.
Technically correct, Steve isn't here.
Everyone other than Steven, then. Chance, you here?
So, is Dylan there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, given the fact that we knew that Steven would not be here, Phoenix's statement does not hold up because we all knew that Steven would not be present. Therefore,
Actually,
when
I did
asked-
not know that Steven would not be present because I'm not part of the same fucking Discord channel that y'all are for some
Well-
ungodly reason.
We did discuss it
The-
here for a brief moment, in all fairness.
We discussed it
I
earlier.
mean, yes, earlier. However, prior knowledge to Steven not being here, no fucking clue.
I really wish
Well,
I had a
in
raw
fairness,
onion I
neither
could
did
bite
Jacob
into
have
like
that
an apple,
information.
so I could make the joke of just like eating something and someone go, "Hey, what are you eating?" I just say onion, and you're crying.
That is vile.
I don't remember the validity of this experiment, but they used to say you could like close your nose and eat an onion and it'll
Yeah,
taste
you
like
can.
an apple.
It's because a large quantity of your taste actually comes from scent. So you can it's something that can help you eat things that you don't like eating. If you close your nose and don't smell it, most of the taste is gone. So you could very much just go, "This is an apple."
How do we have?
And
how
sure,
do we still
you're
have?
lying to yourself.
How do we still have 11 viewers after 50 minutes of this garbage?
Simple,
no
because they enjoy our riveting conversations about eating onions like apples. That, or they particularly are excited for this D&D session.
I mean, to be fair, one of them is Steven, one of them is me, one of them is Deep. One of them is just sound alerts. One of them is Discord streamer community.
I'm
of them is-
bored. That's
is-
why.
You know what? Respectable. I'm hoping this is filling the void in your heart that was caused by boredom, and
God,
truly
there's one person
enlightening
that's
you.
not fucking in here that needs to be, and I'm going to be pissed off at them.
Kyle, you here?
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right.
My
Just
intrusive
setting
thought
things
told me to
up
drink my
where I am.
candle.
I'm hiding it. I'm hiding away in a pocket dimension.
What are you, a fey creature? I'm here to root for Kyle.
Don't give.
He's not a fake creature, he's a fake creature.
You don't give out the fucking secrets.
Drink
I
candle.
hear you were an unauthorized fey creature in my presence.
Okay, I can finally enter Overwatch. That's good to know.
After
Well,
an hour and a half queue.
Are we all ready to start?
Maybe.
God damn it.
Fucking probably.
Why do I even bother?
I don't know. Am I?
I'm going to make you come here, you little gremlin.
Okay. Anyway, now that I have established that I can get into Overwatch, I will leave so we can play our session.
That I've
gonna eat
established that I
leaves?
can do this thing. I'm not going to anymore.
Jans, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Kyle, I'm going to assume you're ready.
Yep, I'm ready.
All right. So, now is after 50 minutes of streaming, we can finally get to what this stream is meant to be. Let's force that cough out. So, gentlemen and singular gentle lady, where we last left off in our session 0, we had introduced everybody individually. Separated from everyone else's characters, they had their own individual moments. Emil had met with a particular few shady characters within a back alley bar, and figured out the location to which his particular target is to collect some debt for his employer. Mr. Heinrich Jaeger here was sent off on quote-unquote official orders to take a vacation, as well as pick his best friend up a bottle of Amitian schnapps. Mr. Wolfram Athena Sylvain got a lead on where he might find further information relating to his family, as well as their corruption and possible dealings to try and expose their misdeeds. Mr. Thorin here had been instructed to go to the town of Hearthstiln and observe the town as well as the surrounding area for any particular suspicious activity, whether it be otherworldly or not. Xanarith had been hired as an emergency medic of sorts for a caravan heading specifically for Hearthstiln, when they had picked up a dragonborn noble off the side of the road who had a particularly sharp tongue. Caused a few disagreements, but everything managed to be worked through in the end. And then there is the one without a name, a crazed lunatic of sorts.
Punchman of sorts.
A man of particular punchiness had found some otherworldly creatures of demonic origin on the side of the road and had promptly beaten them to pulp. And after that, continued on his way down the road to the town of Hearthstiln, where we are going to pick up from. I'm going to, now that I can't use the music bot specifically, I'm merely going to post the links of the music I'm using to the rest of you. You can use it if you so wish.
My own stuff going on.
So, once again, Emil The coach ride has been fairly smooth and peaceful. Calm, cool breezes of fresh country air, the lovely sound of birdsong, the gorgeous view of Amity's natural and lush landscape. And now, topped off with the equally delightful sound of laughter and camaraderie, combined with the faint smell of freshly baked goods. It almost takes you out of the situation for a moment, before you hear the 3 taps of the coach driver. You begin to gather your various implements, stowing them away in their various compartments and closing their suitcases. After a moment, the coach comes to a stop, and you hear the driver step out from his seat and open your door. Hands you a small room key with a card attached to it. On it, you read, Hearthstiln Inn, Breaker Street, 1505, room 23.
That's your room. That's the inn that you're going to be staying in. It's already been paid for by the boss. I'm sure you're aware.
And he gives you a nod, a tip of his flat cap, before he starts to get back onto the coach. And as you gather your things, gather your bags, get out of the coach, and he begins to ride off. And you can see from the back of the coach, he gives a little wave off the side.
Pleasure doing business with you, kid.
And you are at the entrance of Hearthstiln. You see a small sign off to the side that merely reads, very simply, Welcome to your vacation destination, Hearthstiln. Now, Heinrich. Well, first we'll start with Thor. After quite a day's journey on foot, lugging around all of your various implements, effectively a room's worth of materials and goods within one backpack. To any normal person, this would likely break their spine in two, but you are much tougher built, larger than any normal man, and subsequently, much stronger than any normal man. And as you continue walking, sweat drizzling down your face, you finally see the town of Hearthstiln before you. Classical and homely styled buildings, and the idle and upbeat sounding chatter and noise of the town beckon you forward. A place to finally rest your weary feet as you begin to approach the main gate of the town. As you're approaching, a small wood oak coach, pulled by 2 pack mules, comes to a stop next to you. Driving the cart is a large half-orc gentleman, dressed in a sort of black and white suit, wearing a silver monocle over his right eye.
Excuse me, good sir. You look like you've walked on foot for quite some time, sir. Not carrying quite a bit of equipment. I assume you're going to this town here, are you not?
Well,
Sorry, what was that?
You look like
Sorry,
you're
what was
carrying.
that?
You look like you're carrying quite a few things, boy. Would you like a ride for the rest of the way?
I wouldn't mind. Thank you very much.
Well, in all fairness, let me check with my client back here.
And the man turns around in his seat, slides a small bar over to reveal a lit window. And Heinrich, you hear the little slit in the front of the coach open, and your coach driver,
Terribly sorry. You mind if we ferry the gentleman here along the rest of the way? He seems to be a soldier of some kind. He's carrying far too much gear for it to be healthy for his back.
It is acceptable. Allow him in. Some company might be useful. Some company might be enjoyable after such a long journey.
Very well, Mr. Yeager.
And he closes the slit.
Mind if I just get up from my seat here?
And he hops down from his driver's seat in the coach and opens the door up for you. And both Thorin and Heinrich, you both meet eyes with each other, and you two have met each other before. in the days after the Arcana conflict, you two had been invited to many celebrations and memorials of sorts, and you two instantly recognize each other.
Well, it is not often that you see a drinking partner from a war memorial in Amity. Please come in. Come in.
Small world, huh? And I'm just like gonna reach a hand out.
I will take his hand to shake if that is what he's offering.
Yep.
Thorin, you step up into onto the little steps of the coach, and as the half-orc walks behind you, closes the door for you as you set all your things inside the carriage. And you can hear him
Takes up like a solid.
Go on.
I was like, takes up a solid quarter of the carriage.
Yeah, easily.
Just my pack.
Heinrich is going to let out a small kind of like he's gonna some air is gonna come out of his nose in a bit of amusement at just the volume that is taken up by Thorin.
And you hear the coach driver sort of like stepping back up onto his seat, and you see the slit open up once more. Seems you two know each other.
Yeah, we met each other after the end of the Arcana conflict. It seems we are both of at least some level of notoriety for our achievements.
I see. I thought I'd recognize that face of yours there. Your name began with a T. What was it, Thorin! Thorin!
Yeah?
Yes. A pleasure to meet you. And by all means, you've done many a great things for Aegis-Grot. Cannot thank you enough for your service.
The pleasure was all mine, and let's say I had some personal stake in the conflict. It was my pleasure.
Well, all the same.
And he closes up the slit, and you feel the cart begin to lurch forward and continue moving. And Thorin, as you're sitting in the coach, you can smell a distinct, faint smell of like sulfur and rust, maybe some sort of metallic scent that you can easily pick up.
Still doing those experiments I've heard so much about.
The life of a weapons manufacturer is one without demand, especially when it comes to an Aegean arms manufacturer. I must continue stepping forward. Our nation needs better weapons in the case that we need to defend ourselves from attack, and I wish to provide the best I can. Still, it is good that you're so very modest with your achievements. Humility does well with this accomplishment, and it both highlights it and obscures it.
To be frank, my least favorite part of my achievements was the acclaim I seem to get. I was raised in a monastery, and I have no desire for the courts and intrigue of men, frankly.
Believe you me, whilst I am certainly a lot more accepting of the pomp and circumstance that comes with my line of being and what we have both done, I would certainly could do less with all of the endless parties and banquets. I prefer to be doing something actively instead of simply talking about it to endless boards.
Of that we are the same mind. Believe you me. So, from what I've heard since the Arcana conflict, you never take a break. What brings you to Amity?
I wouldn't say I don't ever take a break. That is a bit of a generalization. Nine, I was brought here, granted. My commanding officer, superior officer, Gunther von Kulpitz, General von Kulpitz, if you remember him. He ordered me to come here. Always varies for my health, even when I do not. I'm on a mission to provide him with a bottle of Amity and schnapps, and well, I am not to return for a decent amount of time. At least until I relax, as they say.
See. Yeah, I think I'm just making small talk.
Well, I suppose it would be polite of me to ask, considering you've already asked. What is it that brings you around to Amity?
Well, we are both of Aegis Squad. We were both members of the Arcana conflict. You know how it is. So my current outfit that I run for has sent me here to investigate some disturbing claims about increased demonic presence.
To this,
I think, like,
Henrik is going to raise his eyebrow. Well, that is certainly something to hear on one's holiday. So I suppose it would help this body to have a bit of activity. So granted, I can't. So equating combat to exercise is a bit churlish.
I think Thorin kind of realizes, like, maybe I said a tad too much, and is like, well, in all likelihood, it is a false alarm. Since the Arcana conflict, as I'm sure you know, many are quick to jump at the sight at any signs of strangeness and scream monster, but the ones I work for are very diligent. They take every claim with seriousness, and as such, they have sent me.
Well, I suppose, believe you me, I've heard my fair share of concerns about demonic presence. It isn't as if, honestly, some of the rumors, speaking of Vema summoning demons, ridiculous. But, yeah, I do not very much. You are effective in your capabilities, and, well, I'd hardly say that it is unlikely that the demons escaped.
Which is why they have sent me, I suppose. That happens to be my specialty.
Though, I suppose it does give me a slightly bad feeling. It always is when you are simply checking the perimeter that the attack arrives.
Indeed. So, and I don't know. I think Thorin is like just kind of awkward, and
realizing he accidentally said a few things he probably shouldn't have. He's like,
yeah.
I'm going to use his power of reading the room and is going to redirect the conversation. Yeah. On the bright side, I've heard Hearthstiln is a home to a very excellent brewery. Or unless, of course, your face does not allow you to imbibe.
Not at all. Please. I would be delighted to.
Most excellent. Then that makes two visitors to the brew house. As well as, well, something for the heart and something for the mind. I've heard that the libraries of Hearthstiln are only rivaled in Amity by their own capital. Perhaps a bit of a visit there to, well, clear the air after some good rejuvenation of the soul.
And it's at this point, Heinrich and Thorn, that you both feel the carriage begin to come to a slow stop as the noise of the town begins to come flooding in through the windows. You hear the hefty footfalls of the carriage driver step down as he opens up your door. And you see he already has a few of the bags that you had in the back in hand.
Sir Culprit has already selected the hotel and room, so I shall take your luggage there myself. Please, take in the sights and the sound. Your luggage shall be at your room when you are finished. Please, have a good day, Mr. Jaeger.
And before he walks off, he hands you a small key with a room number attached to it, and with the name of the hotel on the opposite side of the number, the Hotel Hearth.
Many thanks, driver. You've made this a very enjoyable and concise journey. I'm going to palm him, let's say 2 gold, as a bit of a tip.
Your graciousness is much appreciated, Mr. Jaeger. By all
Nine.
means, have a swell vacation. And same to you as well, Sir Thorin.
And he begins to walk
Always the
off
plan.
into the town. Now, Wolfram and Xanareth. Your caravan, after traveling for maybe an extra day or so, caravan finally comes to a halt as it enters into what appears to be the central square. A fairly bustling central square, but it is still a small town, but you can tell that this is where majority of the actual business itself happens within the town. And Wolfram, you hear a knock at the side of your cart, and you see Draugr, the dwarf man that sort of leads the caravan.
Alright, what are you, friend? If you need any help unloading your stuff, you give me a holler. There's also a few other people around here who are willing to help, but...
By all means, please help them. I think I'll be fine.
Alrighty. If you say so, lad.
And I give him a nod. I start packing up all of the research equipment I had spread out.
Say, if you don't mind me asking, many of the
Go
people
for it.
here, they're the type that wear the suits and the fancy ties and all that with deep pockets. You don't really seem the type. I mean, you seem very well off with your nice clothing and all that, but you got an air about you, kid. I can't quite tell what it is, but it's different. What's your story, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, if I must say, while this town, I guess, is known for the tourist attractions, I am more so brought here by the library.
Yeah, you're on business then. I see.
Yeah, I would say business. My research brings me here.
Well, the librarian here is a lovely old woman. Really, you couldn't go wrong with her, even if you tried. So by all means, I think you'll have more than a pleasant stay here, if that's your job.
I guess pleasant stay is always appreciated, whether it is a job or not.
Yeah, of course, that's what this town is here for. I make many trips back and forth from this town. It's my main sort of source of income, if you will. Despite how small this town is, it's really surprising just how many people come here.
I bet. It does seem like I look around, lovely place.
Very much so. Believe you me, all the people here are lovely. You could get to know any one of them within a matter of minutes. Not to say they got nothing going on, but everyone here's an open book of sorts. Which,
you seem to be the reading type, so... Alright. I got other people to check on. So by all means, you have a pleasant day there, boy.
Yes, sir. Take care.
And he begins to walk off forward to the rest of the carts. And Xanareth, you hear the same few knocks and Draugr. Alright, lass, we made it. I gotta say, thank you for your patronage. I mean, Mr. Ethereal, sorry for the inconvenience of everything that's happened, but, you know, brought you to your destination and all that. And Ethereal sort of just, like still, like, leaning against the side of the cart. You can tell he's, like, half asleep.
Yeah, yes, of course. I seem to vary about it. I'm sure it'll wake up eventually. And, seems your assistant's already, gone off. I don't think she wanted, particularly to stay around Ethereal there.
She had a pretty big disdain for him. It's,
And he kind of, like, leans in, whispering,
In the big money, so it's not always the most sympathetic. But that's, you didn't hear that from me. But,
I'm just gonna turn and look at my bag that's already packed on the floor of the cart, just sort of towards the back, and be like, well, I guess this is, bye for right now.
Well, when you're leaving here, you're to head home or head wherever, you might come back around here. I might come back around just in time. You never know. Best to keep our options open, so if you ever want to be employed by my here caravan, you're always welcome again. You're a much more handy sort than I even gave you originally credit for.
And he...
To be honest, I have no intentions of going back home for a very, very long time.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's not your fault. Not anybody's fault in particular, just...
Well,
time to get out.
Of course.
Just give a warm smile.
Yes, we all need to fly the coop from time to time, I suppose. Well, obviously I ain't gonna let you go empty-handed. This was a paying job after all.
And he takes out a small pouch. And
10 gold worth, as I said. Here you are.
I'll graciously take it and then give him a warm hug.
No, you don't need to.
You can tell he's not the type to really give many hugs, so he just kind of gives that awkward, like, rough pat on the back. Or, like, he's kind of, like, reaching up to reach for your back. He's a dwarf.
I'll kneel down to him and give him a hug. It's fine.
Oh, actually.
Nice.
Well, can I try and sneak that 10 gold back into his pouch?
He is, like, beginning to turn away to go to other carts, so if you want to make a sleight of hand check, by all means.
Let me just quickly see what my sleight of hand is. I didn't actually have my character sheet up.
Your sleight of hand would be...
Yeah, I got it. 12.
You like try to like slip it back onto his like into his pocket, and you end up like sort of jingling the coins a little bit as they go into his pocket, and he's like, "Hey!" And he reaches into his pocket, takes the pouch out, turns around, hand on shoulder, or not hand on shoulder, like hand on his hip, sort of cocked eye at you.
Now I know you're the charitable sort, but you need money. By all the gods damn it, I'm gonna give you your money.
Just give a warm smile. Doesn't hurt to do some good from time to time.
No. You already did your good. You deserve to be paid as such. So by all means, take the money. I ain't walking out of here until you take it.
I'll take it and put it in my bag, like visibly put it in my bag for him to see.
And there you go, lass. I appreciate the attempt at charity, But I'm more than fine off to where I can part that 10 gold. I wouldn't have hired you otherwise. Now, I'm gonna go check on the other carts. Don't go try and net with me again. You hear?
Give it. Of course.
Alright. You have a safe rest of your journey.
I'll get my bag and I'll start walking out towards one of the local taverns.
Alright. Now, Kyle. Just making sure you're there.
Yep, I'm right here.
You smell it. The filth in the air, the reek and the stench of sulfur and iron lingers heavy as you walk between the crisscross of alleyways. And as you're walking, the alleyway you can see connects to what appears to likely be the main town square. You sort of lurk for a bit, just around the corner before darting forward. Sort of trying to go unseen. And as you continue forward, you hear the clank of what appears to be, what you can tell to be plate armor, moving towards you.
Hey! You there! What you doing?
And you can hear his footsteps, and you can tell they're beginning to sort of empty, or enter the alleyway.
All right. Do I feel the do I sense any demonic presence?
Not in the immediate vicinity, no.
I guess
There's obviously still more alleyway ahead of you. It's not like you're just in a like backed up.
Okay. So I guess I'll just continue on, kind of just ignoring whatever he wants.
Alright, are you trying to like hurry away, or are you just kind of still walking along?
I'll just walk along. I don't really give a shit whatever he has to say or do.
Alright, you just kind of continue walking along at the same pace, and at that point you can hear the man enter into the alleyway.
You there! Hey! Talking to you!
I'm going to slowly turn.
And you can tell upon seeing your visage, he's definitely a little unnerved, looking at you directly.
Gonna have to ask what your business is. Walking between these alleyways, especially looking like that, you look like you haven't taken a shower in weeks.
And looking at this man, you can tell it is a bugbear, given his height. A good, like, few inches taller than you. Clad in this sort of, like, standard issue-looking plate armor. Holding what appears to be a short spear. What was that, Finks?
No, so he's really good at basketball. I'm sorry, dumb jokes, continue.
I'm in response to his question, I'm just going to say, fiends.
Fiends? You calling me a fiend? Is that what you're doing? Trying to antagonize me? 'Cause it ain't gonna work, kid.
I'm just going to start walking away.
I am talking to you! Hey!
And you can hear him, like, beginning to sort of jog towards you.
Alright, I'll turn around again, and this time I would like to roll maybe an intimidation check, as I am going to start clenching my fist, most likely making some of the armor squeak.
Go ahead. Make that at advantage, if you will.
Okay, I will.
Huh. Yeah. You turn around, clench your hand to the point where you feel like one of the straps on your gauntlets is about to burst off. And he, like, stops dead in his tracks. Sort of points the spear towards you, and you can tell he's got a bit of a shaky hand doing so.
I'm not looking for any trouble here, boy. Just need to know what it is you're doing here.
I am going to point the direction I'm heading. Fiends.
Fiends.
another intimidation check for me.
At normal?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fiends. Right. You have a good day then, whatever the fuck you are.
And he begins to sort of like the power walk almost out of the alleyway, and you can hear a sort of like higher voice as he like turns the corner and gets out of the alleyway, just like, but what was going on over there?
It was nothing. Just a random man, just trying to cut some corners to get to a street. Nothing more than that.
Yeah, you know what? If you say so, whatever.
It better be whatever. It better be.
And at this point, you are left alone in the alley.
Alright. I guess I'll just generally look around. When's the last time I ate?
That is a good question. When would have been the last time you ate?
When was the last time I was in a forest as opposed to a city setting?
Like you have like just arrived into town, so like not that long ago, at all. Maybe a few hours ago, you were still in the forest.
Okay. And then I probably had like some sort of berries or something not too long ago. But is there a dumpster?
You like continue through the alleyway, sort of like looking around each corner you come across, and eventually you do find a dumpster behind one of the larger buildings.
Anything tasty inside?
You open up the dumpster and you actually do see what appear to be a few like rotten like fruits and vegetables and such. But like mold has grown on them.
Alright, I'll do my best to salvage what I can of the fruits and vegetables and take them with me just in case I get hungry.
Okay. For most of the fruits and veggies, like at least half of them, or like half of each individual piece of food is, you know, not covered by mold. So that's not to say there isn't anything. It's not much.
And I guess I'll just continue on my way. I'm really just using my senses as a way to figure out what to do.
Yeah, and as you're like continuing on, eventually the alleys are starting to get sort of tighter and tighter, and eventually you come to a bend, and you can spot very low to the ground a sort of like red streak going around the corner and around the bend.
Like a blood splatter, or?
Yes. You take a few steps closer and you can very much so tell it is a dried blood stain.
Right, I'm gonna immediately head right and follow it around the corner.
And as you immediately go around the bend, you hit a straight dead end, like not but a few more feet around the bend. And the sort of red streak basically disappears, but you can see it sort of like streaks off into several sort of smaller streaks, almost as if it was like a handprint getting dragged across the wall. And then it all just sort of ends.
Is it leading in? Is it leading into like a wall or anything, or is it just going down that specific alleyway?
It's just going down that specific alleyway.
I guess I'll just keep going. Yeah, trying to investigate the area, generally keeping aware of my surroundings and whatnot.
And before you sort of leave this specific spot, you take a look around, and there's only a small handful of things that particularly catch your eye. You notice a couple sewer grates, or not sewer grates, No, not sewer grates. Not. I'm looking at the wrong spot in my notes. You see what appear to be a few, like, sort of barred windows into, like, cellars or basements. Almost. But all of them seem far too small to fit anything beyond, like, small animals. Almost. And then on the ground, sort of in the center of the dead end, appears to be a, sewer grate. And then beyond that, nothing else.
So this is a dead end?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And you said there's like ways to get in the basements?
Yeah, there seems to be like a few barred windows, like small windows that appear to be like leading into basements and cellars.
All right.
And there's 3 of them. One on each of the walls to your side, and one in the sort of dead end wall in front of you.
Okay. I guess I'll just look in each window, see if there's anything out of the ordinary, any more blood, any more demon sense.
Alright, make a perception or investigation check. Your choice. I'm going to guess investigation since your wisdom is not good. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Where am I getting the plus? Oh, because... yeah, ignore the plus. I just got a 19.
Okay. There isn't much light in any of the sort of basements or cellars. You can only really notice details of up to a few feet from the window, and beyond that, not much. The window that's like immediately to your right, you can tell is filled with like a bunch of varying crates, and it almost feels unnaturally cooled. And you sort of look at one of like the nearest crates to you. It appears to be cracked open a little bit. Ooh, excuse me. And in it you can see it is a sort of crate full of apples. I guess this is likely a basically just a massive like freezer or refrigerator sort of deal.
Probably nothing there.
You look in the one in front of you, and this one in particular seems to be almost a sort of abandoned room, almost. You can see what appears to be like a very old sort of dusty couch with a like tarp draped over it, like half of it, and then a few random furnishings sort of toppled over here and there. But
does it look like like disturbed, toppled over, or like the dust has settled there?
They appear to have likely been disturbed at one point, given that they're tossed around, but the dust has indeed settled. And then the one to your left seems almost like a barren room? It almost looks unfinished, given that there are like large sections of the wall where you can see like the support beams and such, and parts of the floor are almost ripped up. But there's very little specifics you can see in the low light.
And can I see anything past the sewer grate?
No. The sewer grate's one of those like actual modern
like manhole cover.
Yeah, manhole cover. That's the term. I couldn't think of that.
Okay.
So unless you wanted to try and make a strength check to lift that bitch.
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Give me a strength check, dude. Make it athletics if you want.
Alright. Holy shit.
Rolling out of your mind today. Like 23, 21, 19, 19. Oh boy, we're gonna if we can manage to get to combat today. You managed to like pry the manhole cover off and look in, and it smells exactly as you'd expect from a sewer, but you're not deterred by that. It's just sort of like the initial shock to your senses, and then eventually it sort of calms down. But again, there's no real lighting of any sort in the sewer. all you can really glean is the natural lighting and what it allows you to see for a couple of feet. You can see that there appears to be a ladder heading down the sewer drain, but you can't really see anything into the sewer itself beyond the faint sort of trickle of water.
Okay, what did you say I felt going down?
What do you mean?
Describe the whatever I saw or whatever.
Oh, you don't admittedly see much in the actual like sewer itself.
Yeah, just water.
Yeah, you can really only see and hear the like the trickle and flow of almost muddy water sound.
Okay. I guess I'll just kind of bang around at the top, see if anything is disturbed and any noises it makes, and if not, could I make it into the second room, the one with disturbed furniture and such?
You would need to pry the bars off. However, the bars, just like the rest of the rooms, seem not taken care of at all and very rusty. So the chances of you actually being able to pry them off are actually fairly decent.
Okay.
So,
but I could fit in the like hole, right?
Yeah, as long as you just got rid of the bars or enough of them. So if
Then
you'd like to make an athletics check.
Well, does my sound do anything?
You sort of like bang around at the top of the sewer, and for a moment, nothing until you hear almost a faint sort of skitter in the sewer. But it's loud enough to where it doesn't sound like a small animal like a rat. It sounds larger.
I'm jumping down.
Alright, and with that, we're going to cut away! Alright, now, cutting back to the normal members of the group. So, at this point, you all have arrived within Hearthstiln, whether by foot or by cart, into the central square of the sprightly and homely vacation town of Hearthstiln, under a clear and sunny sky within the Smallfolk nation of Amity. The sounds of a lively community, neighborly chatter, musicians and singers, and trotting horses fill the town square. The aroma of freshly made baked goods and fresh fruits mix and mingle with the refreshing light breeze. And beyond that, the classical-styled buildings are beautifully painted and decorated with all varieties of color and beautifully made art pieces, ranging from painted murals of families gathered around a feast for celebration to gorgeous wood carvings of almost deific figures, representing everything from hearth, health, and nature. A meal. Now, dropped off in the town square proper, you begin to take in the scene, analyzing your surroundings. You see, just within this square alone, a garden center, a sort of combined alchemy and trinket shop, almost, seemingly connected to the garden center. Various hobby shops and workshops of sorts, including, but not limited to, a carpentry shop, a combined smithy and tinkerer's shop, a fairly decent-sized library taking up a good portion of one of the sides of the square, a small temple, and sort of attached to the side of the temple appears to be almost like a sparring or training ground. You then begin to scan the people within the crowds. Quite a fair amount of action sticks out to you. This town is a tourist spot you're more than aware of, but you spot many faces that are clearly not of the bureaucratic nature that you'd expect. And one in particular, among the more normally dressed folk, unpacking their belongings. And you sort of go through all of the crowd. So, what is everyone doing now that they're in the town square? Just describe that. If anyone in particular wants to go first. If not, I shall simply just go around the table. Jacob, you spoke up first. You're going first. What exactly are you doing within the town square?
Well, town square is just a general hub of locations, right?
Yes. Yes.
I believe that it's better to start by sharpening your mind before taking a drink, especially because it's harder to sharpen your mind when it's drunk. So I am planning on heading to the library first and foremost to enjoy some light reading and just kind of get acquainted with the town before I finally go to the brewery and get the good schnapps
Okay.
and do a nice little tasting tour.
Now, Thorin, you were walking with Heinrich. Are you joining him in the library, or are you going off to do your own thing? Gammon?
Sorry, mic was muted.
All good.
I think Thorin, like, I think honestly, genuinely would want to spend time with Heinrich, but he kind of remembers he has a mission to do, so he's going to split off and agree to meet later at what inn might you be staying at?
Let me see it was on the key. I'm going to read the back of the key again. This is because I personally forgot the name of the inn.
The Hotel Hearth is what it was called.
The hotel house. We can meet there.
I shall see you there. You did promise a drink.
Of course.
And I'm gonna walk off and kind of just I need to go meet with the mayor. I'm gonna go meet up with the mayor.
All right. And you're not exactly sure when and where you were supposed to meet him. You were just told to meet him, but as you're going to do that, Wolfram, now that you have made yourself in the town square, what exactly are you doing?
Well, it would just so happen that the only reason I am here to begin with is the library, so I will be headed to the library.
Alrighty. Xanareth, what might your first actions be?
I'm actually going to look for a local church or temple.
Okay. There is a very clear front and center sort of temple, and it doesn't seem to be dedicated to any specific faith. It seems to be dedicated to a sort of variety of faiths.
I will head inside.
Alright. Now, Emil, going back to you. You Go ahead.
I'm just gonna start. So you said I saw someone familiar?
Yes, and that would be Mr. Heinrich Jaeger. And you see him heading towards the library. He seemed to have been talking for a brief moment with a very large and well-armored fellow, to which you would recognize as well as Thorin, the Goliath paladin who was responsible for ending the Arcana conflict in Aegisgrad. So, immediately, two very prominent figures within Aegisgrad's current day, chatting amongst each other. And also, you know that Heinrich is responsible for Dreyev Stukov's sort of downfall, or at least one of the biggest factors. You see him heading into the library, and you see Thorin heading... Thorin was heading towards the bar, right?
To Mayor.
To Mayor, right, yeah. You see him just kind of generally looking around, trying to figure out where he's supposed to go.
Do I hear their conversation at all?
You were a bit far away from them, and with the chatter of the whole crowd, you basically heard nothing.
Alright, then I'm gonna start trailing Heinrich, and then while I'm doing so, like, I'm also talking to people, to, like, just the normal people walking about to get, like, an idea of, like, what's going on in the town, like, at present.
Okay.
Like, just catching myself up on most recent events, and then also, like, trying to get any word of, like, Webwinder.
Okay.
Because I did send him here beforehand.
Yeah, the, like, first person you sort of, like, stop and ask seems to be this, like, gentle, old, sort of gnomish woman, barely even 2 feet tall, and, like, a nicely styled sundress and a very long-brimmed hat. Very large, poofy, like, silvery gray hair and a warm smile, and she looks up to you. What do you like? And she, like, she seemed to have been, like, holding this almost, like, potted plant of sorts.
Okay.
What do you like?
Alright,
You seem
Are you talking to me?
You seem like a gentle soul, young lad. You like
the flower?
You see, it's like a small, like, purple bell-shaped flower, of sorts.
I take the flower out of her hands. Thank you, madam. I appreciate this gesture.
Their name
Tell me,
is
how
Shekel.
long...
Make sure Shekel gets as much sun as you can, and 1 inch of water a week, and there'll be a pretty deep purple.
Much sun and 1 inch of water a week, that sounds good. Tell me, madam, how long have you lived in this here town?
I've lived here my whole life. I'm, oh,
Are
how
you...
old was I? I want to say 376. Yes, 376 years old.
That is quite some time. Tell me, how do you feel about the current mayor?
Oh, the current mayor is very nice, very nice. Quite a young lad. I think he's going to do very good things for this town.
Yes. Does he... How would you say he deals with the criminal aspect of the town?
The criminal aspect?
Yes, is he doing a good job, you know, making sure the citizens are law-abiding and such?
And I've never once heard an issue, and the guards around here are all very pleasant people. Yes.
Well, thank you, madam. I wish you a very good day.
You as well.
And I will not forget about the plant.
Of course. And she sort of, like, begins to, like, hobble off, sort of.
Alright, and then Heinrich's moving towards the library, right?
At this point, Heinrich seems to have entered the library.
Okay, I'll probably follow him in then.
Okay.
Actually, before I... No. I'll follow him then.
Now, as you're beginning to follow Heinrich, you hear a sort of quite emphatic voice and a tug at your pant, like, "Excuse me, young sir. Take it you're one of the many people who've just arrived in the town today, yes?" And you turn around to see what you can tell to be a young adult halfling man, wearing what appears to be an even mix of upperclassmen clothing and average workman's attire. A surprisingly clean white dress top with the sleeves rolled up just a little bit above his elbows, with a nice red and white striped bow tie, yet with a pair of brown leather roughed up overalls and worn down leather gloves, and a pair of sturdy workman's boots.
Yes, you'd be correct about that. How may I help you?
Well, I would be the mayor of this town here. Oh, Sir Rowland Tracewood II is my name. I would be the mayor here, and a few things stick out to you about that sentence. One, the less important thing, is that Tracewood was actually the name on the sign of the carpentry shop. Secondly, however, is that you remember being told the mayor's name was Penleaf Silverheart. That name was not Penleaf Silverheart. I've heard there's been quite a few interesting characters arriving today, and I want to give them a tour of our beautiful little town here to get them well acquainted. And you just so happen to be one of those individuals. What do you say? Tour starts with a nice, relaxing nature walk. Then and then he begins to rattle off various locations he plans on visiting, but then pauses. But I guess I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Wouldn't you agree, Emil Stukov? He gives you a sort of very serious and stern expression that you haven't seen on this very upbeat man thus far.
So, I don't show any sort of reaction to him telling me my own, like, saying my name, but I ask him, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember hearing that the mayor here was someone by the name of Silverheart?
We have a lot of business to discuss, and I have a lot of business with a lot of people today. So, if you want to discuss things, I'm going to ask that you follow me, and you join me for my tour. After that, we'll have all the time in the world to discuss things. This is going to be an interesting day.
I sort of look back towards the library, and then I look back at this. You said it's a halfling man?
Yeah.
I look back at him. Very well. I suppose the other thing can wait. Take me on your tour then. If you say you are the mayor, then we do in fact have much to discuss.
Well, I have a few other people I wish to gather before we start this tour. And actually, there's one of them right now. And I know another one of them locked into that library there. I've been keeping an eye on these people. And he begins to sort of run off. Wolfram, as you're, like, just getting ready to, like, open the door to the library, you also feel the tug at your pants and turn to see the sprightly young adult halfling. Well-kept short black hair. Excuse me, young man, if I may spare a moment of your time. And he opens the door. As well as you over there! Heinrich, you can tell, like, as you're walking up to the, like, counter of the keeper of the library, you see a particularly well-dressed, like, high elf, this young halfling, as well as another very well-dressed sort of, like, late teens sort of kid, all standing in the doorway. Come here. If I may have a moment.
Of course.
Thank you. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3. I have 3 other people to gather. You know what? I know I saw him walking with you. Your name's Heinrich Jaeger, if I'm not mistaken.
That is. And may I have the honor of knowing yours?
Ah, yes. Sir Rowland Tracewood II. I am the mayor of this town here. I'm gathering a few interesting people that I feel have walked into town today that I feel I may have some business with or possible discussions to be had.
May I roll an insight check on that?
What was that?
May I roll an insight check on that?
Go for it.
While he's doing that, Tracewood. Any relation to Marigold Tracewood?
Marigold Tracewood, yes, that is my mother. You'd be very correct on that. You know her name, and I don't think I've ever met you or heard of you. And, Heinrich, you? What are you looking for, exactly? Is there any sort of intent that you're trying to read?
Just seeing if he was lying to me. I'm trusting this man. I don't know too much about Amity.
He seems like an honest, sort of down-to-earth guy. Alright. I know I saw you, Heinrich, walking in with another particularly large individual. I lost sight of him. Do you happen to know where he went?
Ah, yes. Soren. Unfortunately, I seem to be... He's what he told me on where he was going has slipped my mind, or he simply omitted his destination. He seemed to be on quite important work, I hope you understand.
Thorin, where was it that you were heading again?
I was going to ask for directions. I assumed I would be meeting him either at, like, a town hall or his house, so I think I'm just going to find a public servant, like a guard, and ask for directions, trying to be a little bit discreet.
Okay. You walk up to what appears to be like a pair of guards, sort of like by one of the entrances of an alleyway of sorts. One of them a very large, towering bugbear man. It's still not taller than you, though. Comes up close to your height, though. And then another, very, like, short for a halfling, even, man. Both dressed in what appears to be half-plate. One of them wearing a short spear, or one of them wielding a short spear with the bugbear. And then the halfling wielding a short sword, but in his hands, it's a long sword to him.
What can I do for you, sir?
Hi there. I have an appointment with with your mayor. I was hoping you might be able to direct me to him. Just some.
Can I get a name?
Can I roll like a wisdom check, or would I know if I like am I supposed to be incognito or just what
You
I'm
are not
doing?
supposed to be incognito. It's just what your purpose here is meant to be.
Yes. My the name is Thorin, and I think I want to kind of I know my reputation a bit, so I want to kind of draw myself up and appear like official, for lack of a better term.
Right. Thorin. I think I remember Chief DeBurk mentioning that name. Alright. Shrip. Do you see the mayor anywhere?
Yeah, I can see him right over there, right across the way. A little bit to the left. Nope, a little bit more. There he is. Alright, I'll take you to him, big guy. Come on. And, Shrip begins to, like, sort of walk off into the crowd. And it does not take long before he almost immediately begins to disappear into the crowd.
You might want to go catch him. He slips past very easily.
And you begin to walk off, following him. And
following the giant bugbear, yes.
Let's see. And going back to Heinrich, Emil, and Wolfram. Okay. Wait. And you, like, almost begin to hear Thorin's footsteps through the crowd, as he is a very large man, still carrying all of his gear. And then you see Tracewood go into the crowd, over to the towering gentleman that you eventually see appear. You up there, big man. Mind me take you here for a moment? And he sort of gestures for you to lean in a little bit closer. That's Tracewood.
All right.
And he begins to
Thank
walk
you.
off. So, I was aware that you'd be coming in today. We're not going to discuss things here, obviously, but come with me. I have a few other individuals that I'm going to be taking on a bit of a tour. And...
Oh, a tour. That's what this is.
Oh! I forgot to bring that up to you, didn't I? Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to bring everyone here on a tour through the rest of the town. Just to get everyone here acquainted with their surroundings. I have one more person to gather. And Xanarith, what was it that you were doing?
I was going to the temple.
Right. And as you sort of, like, walk into the, sort of open archway of the temple, it's a fairly large and, like, sturdy, sort of, like, white, marble-ish stone structure. It's very sort of ambiguous in its, overall architectural design, sort of incorporating many different aspects of different cultures and locales. And as you're, like, beginning to take in the sights, as well as all the people in there, excuse me, you there, tiefling lass. If I may have a word with you?
I'll turn and assume I'm the only tiefling in here, so I will walk over.
You are very much so the only tiefling in there.
I will walk over and sort of, like, squat down to get to eye level.
Alright, thank you. Alright, now that I've got everyone here, for anybody who I failed to mention, I am the mayor of this town, Sir Rowland Tracewood II. I wish to take...
check.
Go for it. I am Sir Rowland Tracewood II. I'm the mayor of this town, and I was made aware that there was some particularly interesting people coming into town today, and I wish to get acquainted with all of you today. You all are a very interesting sort, a very friendly-looking sort, and it's not often that I get... You seem to be telling the truth.
Cool.
It's not often I get very sort of famous and reputable people in here as well. And, you know, there are others who I simply just wish to get to know, as I've heard about you or your arrival through various means. So, if you are willing to... well, hang on, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I'm missing a person. Oh, no, wait, no. He's coming in... Ideally speaking, he should be coming in by tomorrow. hopefully, at least he's not coming in today, if Burke told me correctly. And from the crowd, an imposing, sort of muscular hobgoblin man, clad in a nicely decorated red and gold plate armor, covered slightly beneath a large maroon cloak. His face is visibly aged, and his long, silver-gray hair and mutton-chop stash seem to support this. He looks across all of you. As he's looking across everyone, Heinrich, both of your gazes meet, and you can see almost a sharp, dagger-like stare at you for a brief split second. And Emil, you pick up on this as well, before going back to Tracewood.
It seems I did miss one, though I did account for that, saying that he would arrive not today, if you remembered that, Rowland.
Yeah, no, I remembered that just as you walked up. You really do have both the best timing and the worst of Burke. Okay, so for anybody who
Do I know this person?
What was that?
Do I know Tabarak?
No. Then make a history check for me.
Okay.
You've heard of a few famous, like, generals before, and Tabarak sort of strikes a particular... this sort of strikes familiar, the name at least, but you don't know him personally, or at least you don't think you've ever met him.
Okay.
Now, I have counted correctly for today. Sorry, for anybody who needs introduction to this large gentleman here, this is Chief Tabarak. He is the leader of the town guard, as well as the owner of the temple and sparring grounds of this town here. For the most part, he is in charge of the town's public safety, and he keeps a very diligent and watchful eye of the town. We have not had any sort of incidents within the town, you know, specifically crimes and such. Have not had any incidents of such. In the last... I forgot to read that report. When was the last time?
3.5 months ago.
3.5 months ago, yes. But that was a particularly strange old individual. And we couldn't quite figure out what was his issue. But eventually he just sort of left town on his own accord. But didn't cause any harm or anything like that, but it is an incident that we need to report. Honesty is a big thing here. We like to be very upfront about the goings-on of this town. Everyone's security, everyone's well-being. We like to make sure that everyone within this town is very well taken care of. So, I would like to personally give you all a tour of our lovely little town here. And don't worry about your bags or anything like that. Chief Tabarak here will happily take care of any of your luggage. He will take it to Town Hall, where the Town Hall is where our tour will end up. So you will all be able to pick up your bags, but, you know, extra weight on your shoulders. This is meant to be a relaxing, just tour around the town. If you feel comfortable letting go of your bags, that is, of course. And Tabarak sort of, reaches his hand out.
If anybody wishes for me to take their bags, so be it.
I will quickly just grab something from my bag, and then I back up real quick and very generously, very graciously hand it to him and just say thank you very much.
He gives you a nod. Swings it around his shoulder.
Mine own bags have been handed by the driver who has brought me to Hearthstiln. There's no need.
He just doesn't. He gives a slight nod at that statement.
I will pass it this time.
Could...
Nope.
I don't think he could carry mine, but I don't want to say that, so I just kind of make a. It's fine. I've got it.
Think I can't handle it.
I'm more than used to it. I think I would feel naked without it.
Understandable. Suit yourself.
And Emil, Wolfram, looks to you two.
I'd rather not.
I wouldn't even count my bag as any luggage. Look, I like show my bag, and it's literally like what you would imagine the equivalent of a fantasy drawstring bag.
Fine then. Suit yourselves. Rawl and I have business to take care of. I have more various reports to write. I will meet you back at the town hall.
Yeah, of course. That was the original plan, big guy. And Emil and Heinrich, I want you two to make a perception check for me.
First.
Heinrich, you, like, as he sort of turns to leave, his cloak sort of, like, billows out a little bit, and you can see, like, right on his hip, tucked a little bit beneath one of the plates of his armor, what almost appears to be a palm pistol of sorts. And you can see some engravings on the handle of it, as well as a dog tag, maybe? You can't quite read what's on it before he begins to walk off.
I'm going to make a mental note of that, and I'm going to discreetly either unbuckle or loosen up the buckle on my own holster beneath my trench coat.
Alrighty. So, at this point, you all begin to make your way through the town, following the various street signs and asking, just Mayor generally sort of, like, wandering around, explaining a few, like, semi-notable locations that have, like, a bit of history to the town. And eventually, you all reach the entrance of what appears to be a... But most of you came in through a forest of sorts, but this forest appears to be a little bit different. The trees appear to be much taller, more lush, more varied sort of flowers and wildlife and such. You can actively see, like, various animals sort of crossing the paths. Some deer, some squirrels. See, like, a nice little possum sort of, like, begin to cross the cobblestone paths. And, like, stop, look at you all. Doesn't appear to be frightened, and then just kind of looks forward again, begins to wander off. All the animals around here are, at this point, very familiar and used to, you know, normal people coming through here. But this forest, it's admittedly very uncreatively called the Grove. This is tended to by our very own, well, not our own, but they happen to be in the area. They support us, we support them. A circle of druids that tend to this forest and take very good care of it. And we've made some sort of, you know, a few mutual agreements. And they are willing to, were willing, very, very generously, to open up their forest to travelers and tourists. As long as they're respectful of the forest, they're allowed to wander the main paths as much as they wish. As just like a sort of nice sightseeing tour, get yourself out in nature, get some fresh air, and some very crisp air at that. Where is he? The old man's always at least a little bit late. And let me get the particular link for this little bit of music.
Also, I'm sorry, would I be able to identify whether it was of Aegean make or not?
It was very clearly of Aegean make. No contest.
Okay.
When the mayor is talking about the circle of druids, I'd like walk up next to him and I lean down, and I ask him, "Are these druids open to talking to outsiders?"
Oh, yes, very much so. But most of them are. Mainly the person that you'll ever talk to is the actual head of the circle. His name's Yelvin Fushien. Where is that old codger? should have been here, but I wouldn't be surprised if you had some weird business going on. You would think a bunch of, nature people just sort of tending to a forest wouldn't really be that busy, but no, they're actually very busy people. I sort of underestimate that. And eventually, you see what appears to be a sort of very lanky, sort of tan-skinned wood elven man, easily a few hundred years old, as the wrinkles just seem to be appearing on his face. And some of his roots are, like, graying just slightly, but enough to where you can notice it. He wears a very simple, loose-fitting leather robes with some hues of dull green accented, and props himself up on a large and long, like, sturdy branch as a cane. His expression is very soft. He seems to have a slight trouble keeping his eyes open. He looks over to all of you. Ah! There you are. These are the gentlemen and women that I was telling you about. An interesting bunch, if I do say so myself.
Yes, I must agree there, Valen. How there, children? How might you all be this day?
Well, I am doing very well. This is a very lovely forest.
Oh, thank you. I see many interesting characters here today. Some very large, some very young. If I may, Valen, could you list off their names? If you all would like introductions instead of me asking someone else for your names, that's quite rude, and I think a little bit about it.
I chirp up first. My name is Emil. I am a doctor from Aegisgrad. I'm here on a vacation.
Well, that's what everyone's here for. Or at least, that's what I've been told everyone's here for. I have no reason to believe otherwise, no. Well, it's nice to meet a practitioner of medicine. You do this world a great favor, young man, and you're quite young for a doctor. I mean, I'm not able to easily judge the age of a human, but you are quite young, even for your lot. But to become a doctor at such a young age, that's quite an impressive feat. Well done, young man.
Thank you, sir. My father was a bit obsessed, I would say, with providing for me.
Well, that is the job of every parent, is not to provide for their children and give them the best life they can. And I'm glad to see that you are living your best life.
Mm-hmm.
And you there, gentlemen? And he points over to you, Heinrich.
Yeah, I am Heinrich Jäger. Currently, I'm working as a entrepreneur, I suppose is the simplest way to explain it. A businessman, if you will. Do I recognize Emil?
Also, when he says Heinrich Jäger, I spit on the ground.
You don't seem to... roll a history check for me.
Okay.
I keep going for immediate assumptions when, in reality, I should probably have you roll first at least. The name Emil doesn't seem to ring any bells. That you would have at least think that you would have heard of like such a young, just recently young adult becoming a doctor so quickly, but his name doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, Heinrich Jäger, businessman, currently working in machining, working with some of the cutting edge of Aegean technology.
A man of innovation, I see.
Yeah, and it is very good to see our youth being so capable in the early ages.
Also, you very much so noticed Emil do that like spit take as well. If you want to make an insight check to see whether it was directed at you, you may.
I would love to.
I would like to make an insight check to see if I'm picking up on these social cues.
You're a little like
still in vacation mode.
Yeah, you're a little enamored with the locale and the man you're currently talking to of a very mystical sort. You weren't exactly paying attention at the time. And
can I make an insight?
yes, you absolutely can.
Oh shit! Didn't mean to roll on
No,
disadvantage.
we'll take the 13. I probably should on the stream like have something displaying the rolls. I'll figure that out next time. But you, as much as you are enamored with the area, you were very much so like paying close attention to the people you're traveling with, and you could see probably a look of disdain for a brief moment cross Emil's face before he did the spit take and then went back to normal as Heinrich sort of looked over at him from the corner of his eye.
This is noted.
Well, it's nice to see the generations of tomorrow working so hard and diligently. Even if you
There'll
aren't
be
taking a
no more
vacation.
generations as long as this man is alive.
Yo.
He's gonna raise his eyebrows?
Yelvin sort of like takes a step back and Roland just kind of like turns over to you like, what?
As Emil says that, Wolfram. I'm Wolfram. I'm from Illyria, and I'm here to peruse the library.
Ah, yes. From what I hear, the library within the town is quite extensive. I've written a few books and manuscripts for that library, just to kill some time of sorts.
I'll be sure to check them out.
Of course. And you particularly large fellow.
And pointing to you, Thorn.
Yeah. Hi. My name is Thorn. I'm actually here to see the mayor of this town, but...
I know your name.
Yes.
The Fae speak of you much.
And he sort of just like gives like a wide smile at that statement. Not
I take like half
further.
a step back. I take like half a step back and I'm just like, oh, that's frankly concerning.
Don't be. The Fae around this forest are very nice, loving creatures.
Then I'm happy to hear it.
And you particularly, were you not done speaking?
No, I think that was just...
And you colorful-skinned lady?
The Fae speak much of you. And Xanareth points to you.
Xanareth, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Well, seems you have gathered here quite the little posse. Rather.
Yes, I would happen to agree. Well, shall we? Yelvin, lead the way.
Of course. My apologies. Here for a tour of the forest, I would imagine.
He begins to sort of hobble off down the cobblestone path. And Roland, from the rest of you, turns forward just to... begins to walk forward. And he sort of, like, gives you, Emil, a sort of eye of, like, what the hell, man? And then turns back to look forward, trying to catch up with Yelvin. I have small legs! You gotta remember that!
Hey, yes, you'll be fine. I don't walk fast.
You walk faster than me.
I think on the walk, I want to just kind of walk beside Heinrich for a little bit, and I'm just like, friend of yours?
I don't often forget a face, but name is not quite ringing a bell. Mr. Emil, I do apologize for whatever issue has occurred between the two of us, so I'm not quite certain. Would you have a family name that you could share?
Also, Aiden, could I roll, like, a history check for each person in the group?
Yes, you may. Just, like, make a history check, say specifically who it's for.
Okay, so wait up. Let me just check. I'm on normal. Okay, I'm on normal. First off, I'll do Heinrich.
You would easily know of Heinrich with even just like a little bit of searching from your memory. You would know he's one of the larger up-and-coming arms manufacturers within Aegisgrad. You would
Any military exploit history?
He was a very large participant in the Arcana conflict that happened within Aegisgrad, and he was a very prominent figure within during those times for the engineering genius that that man had, often when it came to fixing or improving the weapons of his men around him, and also just for his on-the-spot tactics.
Alright. I will move on to next in line, Thorin.
You
and then
have
I'll
heard
wait.
plenty about Thorin, especially relating to the Arcana conflict, as he's one of, if not the biggest names of that war, being the one who murdered the wizard that was responsible for the whole war, sending all of the monsters either dead to the floor instantly, or back to wherever the wizard had summoned them from. After that, Thorin just kind of became a general standing, like, prominent figure, but beyond that, his exploits sort of end almost with the Arcana conflict.
Okay. And for Emil, I'm going to wait to see if he reveals his last name or not.
Okay.
Obviously.
Alright. And going back to Heinrich, trying to interact with Emil, you can continue that one.
Mr. Ami, if you would be so kind, perhaps telling me about your family, at least providing me your family name, would jog my memory, so I may rectify whatever I have caused for such a consternation. Well, I apologize, Dr. Emil.
Chance?
Sorry. I walk up real close to... Is that me?
That's Kyle. I think he currently has his mic open.
You're good. Alright. I walk up like chest to chest with Heinrich. Tell me, Mr. Jaeger, have you ever considered what putting your product into the market has done for people like me? Have you ever considered for a moment how it would impact the world when you invented, and I sort of flourish my arms when I say invented, which you did? Because I can tell you now, I have never seen more bodies dead than before your products hit the line. And if you must know,
and step in, like,
I'm gonna roll another insight check on that.
Yeah, go for it. And
then I'm gonna try and, like, in between
I
them, and just slowly just sort of push them away from each other, like, try to be like, no fighting.
Hold on.
Can I roll a history check to see anyone who was slighted by the production of Jacob's weapon
Go ahead, make
when
a
it hit
history
the line?
check for me.
Okay, that's a 17.
Okay. First, let me handle the checks. Heinrich, with an insight check of 17, remind me again what it is you're trying to, like, figure out.
I'm trying to see if there's any subtext behind those words. Just seeing, is he upset about the ramifications of my invention? Or the methods I took in its production?
Very good deception check there. It's very difficult to tell. As furious as Emil seems, he's very difficult to read, and the fact that you've never heard of him either, or anyone even relating to the name Emil, it's difficult to try and figure out. There are obviously lives that have been impacted by your invention, given that it is a weapon, and a deadly one at that. There's no denying that. But you're trying to figure out who specifically, or what specifically could have caused such an uproar within a man that you've just met, and there's nothing specific that you can really drag up. Now, Wolfram, with your history check, you would know that there have obviously been, Heinrich Jaeger, Jaeger Waffenkammer is a weapons manufacturer. So obviously the things that they have invented and created and manufactured have obviously impacted people negatively in some way. But there's one particular event that sort of sticks out in your memory. You generally like to keep up on sort of world news from time to time, especially when it comes to Aegisgrad, as there seems to be a lot of interesting happenings going on there, especially since the Arcana conflict. And you can think of a raid on a particular sort of underground crime ring, almost, that happened some few years ago, that happened within the capital of Aegisgrad, that ended up in the dispersion and disbanding of many crime syndicates and families. And the main person that was credited with such an event was Heinrich Jaeger for busting it, of sorts.
Right. And whose crime syndicate was this?
There were many syndicates that were impacted, like a dozen roughly.
Any major families which I would know the names of, like crime families, I mean.
Emil, you were gonna say something?
Just as a last thing, like real quick, just as Thorin is like gonna try and push us away, I grab Heinrich's tie and I pull him. I like go right up to his ear so just he can hear. And if you must know, my family name is Stukov.
I know Stukov, don't I?
Yes, you do. Stukov was
no.
Stukov was one of the families, one of the crime syndicates that was involved in your sting.
I'm going to put my hands together in a very polite and top form in etiquette in my etiquette classes way, and give a nice, good politician smile.
Now, Wolfram, what's your passive perception?
My passive perception is not amazing. It is written down somewhere. Where's the passive perception thing? Oh wait, it's actually 14. That's not bad.
Emil, if you want to try and make I don't even know what check this would have been, but I'm going to say, Emil, given your particular abilities and expertise, that a 14 is not going to do it. You could tell you whispered something, but whatever it was, you couldn't quite make out. But none of the...
I'm still thinking...
Yeah, you're also still trying to remember any of the names of the families and syndicates. And unfortunately, none of them are quite coming to your memory, as this was just... But, like, you read about this event.
Read a newspaper.
Yeah, you effectively
ago.
read a newspaper about it, and beyond that, you didn't interact with the event much.
Alright.
And at this point, Rollin, like, as you two are getting separated by the rest of the group, Rollin, you can see, like, Yelvin stop in his tracks and turn around, and Rollin, like, hey! Alright. Let's calm down here. This is a nice, relaxing walk through the woods. Whatever business you guys have, there's something along the lines of the woods generally know what you're on about.
Yes, the woods. It's not the woods that know what you're on about. The trees, the spirits, the fae. They hear things, and they know the things that you intend for within their home. So
It is quite all right. I wish for no further incidents to occur. My sincerest apologies. This is all in full politician mode.
He's
I'm
gonna do a press release and everything.
I'm going to shift my gaze back to Emil. Dr. Emil, it is under my dearest apologies that this occurrence must happen. My inventions have been unfortunately the cause of great consternation and the harm of heart and home. However, this the continued advancement of mine own industry, we may see more effective and more bloodless
I
situations.
hate to break up the conversation here, but again, whatever business you guys have, I would very much so appreciate it if you saved all this for when the tour is over. We want to relax here, folks. Right? We all want to relax. We all want to have a good time here.
Yeah. I wave my hands and I like sort of like stoic. My face just goes flat.
Of course.
I understand. I will not cause any more problems. The point has been conveyed.
Of course, my apologies. I will, however, is the closest person to me Emil?
At this point, yes.
I will mutter loud enough just for Emil to hear. So, Doctor is a bit of a stretch, if I remember correctly.
Wait, what did you say?
I'm muttering just loud enough for you to hear. However, Dr. Stukov, I would say, last time I was certain your occupation was corporate liquidator.
Occupations change, Mr. Yerga. Not that you would know.
I would know quite well.
Okay. I don't want to do this, but you two need to be separated. I don't want to do this, but I'm going to have to be the mediator here. Alright? 10 feet to both of you.
Of course, Mayor, whatever you say.
Thank you.
I'm going to kind of like give a small bow and move myself to the opposite side of wherever Emil is. And at this point, I loosened the button to my holster. I'm just gonna let it very, very quietly pop, and just so that I am prepared.
Okay, if you want to make a sleight of hand check to really make sure that that gesture was hidden, go ahead. Unless somebody was really actively paying attention to you, they likely won't notice. For anybody who was particularly paying attention to Jaeger, you could definitely tell he did something that was underneath his trench coat.
While I don't know about that because I didn't say anything up until now, I'm going to pay more attention to everyone's body language, specifically the two problem children.
Heinrich is very much in. I am reciting the entirety of my etiquette school handbook right now.
Now, let's take a quick. Go on, Thorn.
I was just gonna say my passive is 12, so I definitely clock it, but I just kind of like grit my teeth and just keep an eye on them.
Yeah. Now, let's.
No, guys.
Go on, move.
Okay. Now, guys, there's no reason we can't all get along on a relaxing vacation like this. So, I think why don't we look forward to the festivities and put the past behind us.
Yeah, my apologies.
Of course.
Wolfram just fully internalizes the fact that there's no way anything he said would actually, like, mean anything. Other than the fact that he has said it, and that's about it.
Yeah. At this point, you continue to walk for a few more minutes, merely. Like, Yelvin and Rollin talking about the natural beauty of the forest around you. You notice the clear and vibrant colors of the forest around you, from the wildflowers, the colors of the leaves of the trees. You then come into a slightly open area. To your right, you see a calm, clear blue pond, decorated with lily pads and reeds. Then you begin to see small little pinpricks of light floating through the open air as they gently float past and around you. Thorin, you would know what these are. Wolfram, make an Arcana check for me.
Okay. I'll make an Arcana check.
Xander, you can as well.
I'm actually gonna walk up to Mel.
26.
Oh, you didn't even need to roll that high, man. Hey, go on, Xanareth.
I'm gonna walk up to Emil and very quietly ask, you study medicine?
Yes, I've studied many different types of medicine, but my particular specialty resides in treatment of poisons and diseases of specific types, biological and otherwise synthetic.
Interesting. Assume you, if what I've heard from your conversation with Mr. Heinrich, you don't always use that knowledge for good, do you?
Oh.
I think you may have misunderstood something. When I was talking to Mr. Heinrich, I was mostly talking about how his invention has drastically increased the amounts of injured, wounded, and otherwise dead.
Yes,
In
I
general.
understand, but for your own affairs, you don't always use that knowledge of yours to better the entire world. Just use it to propel yourself.
No, I've taken the Hippocratic Oath just like everybody else.
If you want to do an insight versus deception here,
I'll roll insight.
I was going to ask if the Hippocratic Oath was a thing in Aegis Grot.
It very much so is.
Just because Aegis God has some bad eggs doesn't mean that it isn't filled with at least a couple good guys.
So, Xanareth, you got a sort of sense, an inkling, if you will. There's something about Emil that isn't right. Something is off.
Since I'm paying attention to his body fucking behavior, can I roll the insight check as well?
You can roll the insight as well. But
I would need a nat 20. Oh no.
Even then, a nat 20 would not be enough.
Yeah.
But you feel like you've got a sense there's something not right about you, not about you, about him. But if anything, he's very good at telling a story, and he doesn't seem to buckle. He doesn't seem to bend. He seems to be telling the truth.
I'm gonna cast a minor illusion.
If you are...
I'm sorry, I'm gonna cast a minor illusion of a dart coming from behind me, just sort of into his shoulder. Just gauge the reaction.
What are you doing?
I'm going to cast a minor illusion to make a small pinpoint dart come from behind me into his shoulder. Just gauge his reaction.
Into his shoulder or past him?
His shoulder. It's not going to damage him. It's just
Emil, make a make a sort of like immediate investigation check for me, as like the dart appears. But before the dart even lands on you, you know this to be trickery. It's not the first time you've seen illusion magic, and you would know this to be a complete falsehood. So your reaction is whatever you wish.
Oh, caught completely unawares. I pretend like the second I see it and recognize it for illusion magic, I immediately go along with what like I presume he's expecting to happen. Like the dart hits me and I'm like, what? Where the fuck did this dart just come from? Oh my god, I've been hit by something. Attackers in the woods.
How convincing do you want that act to be? We're going off your same deception roll.
Absolutely nothing betrays that like my reflexes or like physical skills are like a cut above, or like what they actually are. More reflective of just like what you would expect a doctor.
There you have it, Xanath.
Just sort of give him a side eye and walk away.
Is our tour guide saying anything?
He's just sort of like... He didn't feel there was any immediate hostility, it seems, so he kind of just was carefully watching the interaction.
And are we walking about right now, or are we stopped?
They like stopped for like a brief second to have that interaction and have continued walking.
Okay.
And in your Arcana check that you originally made, and Thorin, you would recognize these. These are something akin to will-o-wisps, but there's something different about them. Will-o-wisps are inherently almost frightening in nature, not because of their appearance, but what they are and represent. These give off a much more positive air to them. Almost like warm, as opposed to cold.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about.
I must
wouldn't
say-
wear your little heads off. These wisps are nothing harmful. They are but the smallest of sprites of the Feywild. They can't so much as move a hair on your head.
I want to look at him and like a little part of him is kind of just like this is like genuine. He wants to look at the older wood elf and be like, truly, sir, this forest is beautiful, and as its caretaker, you are doing something great here.
Why, thank you very much, sir.
I see you rolled an investigation check, Emil.
It is interesting to see these nature
Or, wait,
sprites
no. That was an old
so far from the Feywild.
Oh, well. We
You've
take very good care of the forest here, and well, us druids, we naturally attract these sorts of attentions to ourselves.
I was going to say they wouldn't be attracted unless the forest was very, very well kept.
Of course.
So
Sorry.
you have my respect.
Why, thank you very much, young man.
Xander?
I'm just gonna fall back from where Emil is, or move forward, depending, and catch up to Heinrich.
Okay.
Just sort of walk next to him for a while. Because right now, general safety. I've already painted the target on my back too. General safety.
Heinrich, if you want to roll like an insight check for the approach, you may. Just kind of reading general body language.
Are the clothes like Wolfram wears? Do they have any like insignias or anything that show that he's from House Sylvain?
Make a perception check.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you do like. Are you like prominently displaying the badge?
Yeah, my badge is on my freaking scarf.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were like hiding that or not.
No, it is out in the open. I am still able to wear it.
Okay.
All right, then while Xanareth goes up to like Heinrich, I like match up with Wolfram and I just come up and I'm like, excuse me, but are you from House Sylvain?
Yeah, yes. I'm guessing the badge gave that away.
Yes. I would just like to express my dear thanks. Your family spent some time educating me. Yes.
Oh.
And they showed me it's a bit blurry, the memories, but as far as I remember, they were quite hospitable. So I would just like to express my deepest thanks. Yes.
Sure, yes, indeed. My family has always been hospitable to interesting people. And I give my hand up for like a handshake, but at the same time I am noting like in my head, if my family was nice to you, then you're on my shit list probably. And this is going back to how like Heinrich described that he had like the politician smile. Wolfram has his therapist smile.
All right. As far as Emil is concerned, he definitely doesn't like know anything about what's going on with Wolfram here. But do I catch on to the? Can I like roll something to try and catch on to the little politician shit?
Insight versus Wolfram. If you want to like really try to hide it, make whatever check you want, whether deception or persuasion or what have you.
I mean, like, I can just tell you.
Good luck with that.
I can tell. Yeah, I'm not exactly hiding it, but I'll tell you, Wolfram's smile always looks slightly disingenuine, but it is a smile nonetheless.
Another aspiring politician we have.
I'll just put a performance check. Jacob, this is my character we're talking about. Of course,
No.
he's a Yeah, I'll put a performance check up.
Oh!
No way!
Oh my!
Holy
Okay, hang on.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, hang on. I need to. Let's just make this
somehow
known
get-
on the stream.
You got 20s in a row from 2 different characters.
Hold on.
One
Holy.
just got the other.
I see
by
this
1
is the
point.
power play session we're having.
This is amazing.
So as Wolfram is shaking Emil's hand, he has the nicest, like, just firm enough grip where it's like a good handshake, but not too firm, where it's like, oh, this dude doesn't like me. And when he gives a smile, he has a smile which looks like, yes, you're at your therapist's office, but also, yes, this is a safe place for you.
There you go.
Yeah, let's just get. But like, okay, nat 20s for skill checks don't do shit, but 1 off. Holy shit!
Also,
This
thanks
is-
for giving us a preview of Battle Map.
Oh yeah, no problem. You guys are gonna be there any second now anyway.
Oh, that's lovely.
Handshake. When they touch hands, the grass around them starts rippling like it's Dragon Ball. There's never been a more intense stare.
I should mention, Wolfram has been looking through the owl which is on his shoulder. His eyes have been closed this whole time. The owl is looking you dead on.
Oh,
Emil looks the owl straight in the eyes when he's talking to Wolfram.
And in fact, you know what? Since I rolled so well on that performance check, his eyes have been closed up until now. But when he goes to shake your hands, he opens them.
Oh no.
Well, as a gentleman, I can't look the bird in the eyes, so I guess we're looking at.
Yeah. He gives you a proper look in the eye, man to man, as if you were just any old person, which he is being nice to. Nothing going on behind his eyes. There's no calculations being done as to when you possibly could have been with his family and what you possibly could have learned, especially because he knows you learned some bit of medicine, and my family's use of medicine is very questionable. It does not pass any
Dubious
form of medical
at
regulation.
So,
all of Emil's senses cranked up to 11, his brain's firing overtime.
And you're getting a big pile of nothing. You're getting what is the human equivalent of a puddle. Or the elf equivalent of what is a puddle, I guess.
Years of learning and conditioning to read people down the drain.
This is like a Queen's Gambit. Like, this is amazing.
holy shit. Okay. Well. Huh. Rollin, like, seeing this interaction go down. Yes, as I was saying just a moment ago, yes, this circle that Yelvin watches over and instructs, watches over this forest and takes great pride in keeping this forest very clean and beautiful. And oh, Rollin, you flatter this. I'm being genuine. The circle, under your leadership, truly does wonders. And then he, like, turns back to the rest of you. So, let's get a bit of different conversation going. What exactly brought you, interesting bunch, to this town? And as he begins speaking, he quickly pauses. Something feels off for a moment.
I'll burst out of the fucking ground.
The closer... those closer to Yelvin see he also pauses. Heinrich and Emil, you guys are kind of the first to notice, like a few seconds ahead, as the little pinpricks of light begin to fade out and disappear. You both pick up on the sudden absence of the sounds of the forest and its animals.
And Kyle first.
You both then pick up on the slight sounds of rippling water. Both of you swiftly turn towards the pond, and then everyone else sort of follows, zeroing in on where they turned. As the pond begins to go from its clear blue to a murky and deep red, particles begin to float to the top, larger and larger chunks, until more eagle-eyed among you realize these are shreds of skin. The water begins...
Can I use Divine Sense?
Yes. And, let's see. What's the radius of Divine Sense?
60 feet, I believe. Hold on, let me double check that. I said that so confidently, and I was not as confident as I said it as.
Does the area seem to get darker?
No. It seems to... Well, there is a little bit of light that is lost with the disappearance of the wisps. But it is still,
60
like,
feet.
midday. Oh, Jesus, 60 feet.
Day in the forest.
Yes. Yeah, midday in the forest. And you actually can immediately pick up on fiendish presence. You zero in on it for not more than a second before you realize it is demonic.
Question for you, real quick. I also count as fiendish because my heritage.
I want to, like, for flavor, yank the drawstrings that, like, detach my pack off my back.
Alright.
And take out my warhammer and shield and yell at everyone to get away from whatever's happening.
Heinrich will take several steps back, and he's going to reach into his trench coat and pull out his revolver and hold it to his leg.
And pulls out a gun.
If I may, I'm going to cast Mage Armor.
Okay. And you all see this sort of like spectral, plate-ish armor appear over Wolfram's
can I?
if you want to specifically describe. Go.
Yeah. As Wolfram basically grabs his medallion and he shakes his hand, like not shakes his hand, like he rotates his hand just like 90 degrees, and as he does, his cloak begins to billow slightly and it gets covered in a black fog. That is his mage armor.
Okay.
I'm going to... I'm ready in action for an Eldritch Blast for the first creature I see. That is not anybody of us.
Yes.
I'm going to assess the situation really quickly, and see whoever looks the like not best combat suited, and just step in front of them.
That would easily be Tracewood. He does not seem to be the combative type at all.
Yeah,
I'm
so
putting myself in front of everyone.
I was probably chilling in the like mid to back of the group, and I immediately, after casting the mage armor, jump in front of the mayor.
Right.
Ready.
Emil, are you doing anything in response to everyone sort of like jumping back and freaking out? You are muted if you are not aware.
No time to mark a spell slot.
I'm gone. I have disappeared. Gone and hidden in the trees or something. But anyone else, if they weren't like actively looking at me, they probably didn't even notice. I slipped away.
If you want to make a stealth check with advantage, go ahead. Given the immediate chaos that is happening at this moment. Oh yeah, you're gone.
As I'm reading this spell, everybody just hears the faint ticking of a clock somewhere off in the distance.
Okay.
Oh no, there's a bomb too.
Oh my god, he has a bomb!
The water then begins to ripple as a bloated, decrepit, and decayed humanoid figure begins to slowly emerge from the pond. Its eyes pure white and sunken, its teeth are brown and gnarled. Let me finish my description, goddammit.
Sorry.
And as more of its form emerges, you see its hands end in sharp, fleshy claws. Then behind the figure, what was that? 6 more almost corpse-like figures rise, bloated and convulsing.
Really not have Eldritch Blast on here? God, I'm a fucking idiot.
And as they fully emerge, they begin to shuffle out of the pond. The first one to emerge, its head snaps to look at you all. And as it does, Tracewood faints. Now, let's take a break, ladies and gentlemen, to grab ourselves maybe something to drink, take a bathroom break. So I will be right back. I need to grab myself a drink because I'm getting cotton mouth.
Roleplay orgasm.
I would like to say that
you guys are nuts.
Other than Jacob, no one reacted to my Wolfram and Emil meme, and I'm kind of upset.
Oh, I saw it. I laughed.
I knew you guys would appreciate it.
That would be great. By the transitive property, Heinrich and Wolfram will now have to meet, and that's going to be like the main baddie and main guy meeting, and the fucking like stones are going to start floating.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Does that make a meal like a wild card, like fucking Joker out of Fire Force?
Sure. I don't know about him, but sure.
I just wanted to see if you were actually a doctor. I was just poking the bear.
Listen, as far as my practice is concerned, you probably have not heard of me because I prefer to work in the more ghetto areas of the city. Looking out for my own and such.
Divine Sealing.
His former employment led him to have friends in lower places.
Anyway.
You would know a lot about my former employment, wouldn't you, Mr. Yeager, seeing as you were so inextricably entwined with it yourself?
Why, of course.
Love how you two
Why, of course.
Enemies of characters that are now forced to cooperate.
Why, of course. Medicine and of course, medicine and military are very often intertwined. You save many lives. Saves them in a different. I save those who are not at the. I save those behind me. In the end, we both save lives, but
the difference between you and
waiting for
Isa.
Heinrich to just turn his gun on fucking Emil.
Thorin and Punchman just in the background, just wailing on a demon.
I'm here like,
It's like a fucking Mortal Kombat map. They're in the background, beating the shit out of each other.
All right, I am back.
We're the environmental attacks. Punchman grabs me and uses me like a baseball bat against Thorin.
Yes.
It would be very interesting if the Arcana conflict is in some way responsible for the resurgence of Punchman.
What is the Arcana conflict?
Okay, so
demons invaded and I killed them all.
Essentially, a wizard in Aegisgrad went rogue, summoned a shit ton of demons, and there was like a good, I think, couple like months or so where there was just a small demonic incursion in Aegisgrad, in which a large quantity of the population fought within, including Heinrich and Thorin.
Yeah, Thorin gained his repute for being the one who took down the evil wizard.
And then
wizard.
And Heinrich gained a bit more repute.
Yeah, I'm actually interested. I'm interested to learn about this wizard, so we'll definitely be talking about that. Because I DM'd him, and Aiden said he wouldn't tell me.
I have the whole story. Like, we're going drinking after this, and he'll tell you anything you want.
That implies that Hearthstiln isn't fucked up by demonic incursion.
That
Yeah.
implies
Well,
that y'all are gonna
Thorin knows
drag
he's
my
gonna
ass
handle
along.
this.
Thorin sounds like he has a bit of an ego now. Like, yeah, it's cool, buddy, that you can take care of a bunch of demons. At the same time, I would not speak as though it is guaranteed that you will be able to beat every demon. That is a very...
It's less that he thinks he can beat every demon, it's just that he's going to try and kill every demon until he dies.
Am I losing my fucking mind? What the fuck?
What's happening?
I just read
What's
a news article that says U.S. states that wish to join Russia will be considered.
Oh, god damn it.
A senior member of the State Duma, Russia's parliament, said that any U.S. states that want to break away from the country and instead join the Russian Federation will be considered.
Oh no.
What?
I'm glad they're just coming out with it at this point.
Y'all ready for the draft?
The comments come only a week after Russia declared that 4 regions of Ukraine had become Russian territory.
Why are we
Following
talking about Ukraine
referendums
now?
Because
we're done talking about this. We're playing Dungeons and Dragons.
we're talking about Ukraine because Russia's parliament apparently says that any U.S. state is free to join the Federation.
Interesting.
Fuck the U.S. For Mother Russia.
Oh, right.
Not so certain about that.
Yeah. Now let's keep politics out of our D&D, shall we? Haha, wink, wink,
Yes.
nudge, nudge.
Yes. Let us keep politics free from
Let's
Dungeons
keep
and
politics out
Dorgars.
of our political D&D game.
What are you? Yes.
Sorry, let's rephrase that. Let's keep real life
We'll keep
politics.
real
out of
world
our
politics
fantasy
out of
Dungeons
here.
and Dragons game.
Unless they matter thematically.
You know, Heinrich, I've been working on a short book I think you might enjoy. I call it my Kampf.
Shut the fuck up.
Holy shit.
All right.
Start rolling dice.
I'm ready.
Hang on, let me finish eating this chicken nugget. Oh.
It takes about an hour. One single nugget slow chew.
Yeah.
As big as that one nugget, dude. Holy shit.
By nugget, he means
they're
the
not-
chicken.
This is the issue. It's very tiny.
I like
He's
it. Just
sitting
bit
there
into that when
nibbling
I
at
just
it.
bit into it when I said that. All right.
Singular cell of nugget.
Now. Anyway, everyone done with their break?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Is a break.
Bitchin'. So.
Is Kyle is gone.
I'm right here.
At least
Dylan's been
hijacking his microphone.
Yeah, he's grabbing it and like unmuting to say.
Give me that.
To say something dumb.
Well, as the figure begins to lumber forward, you hear the rustling of bushes and heavy and swift footfalls from all your guys' left. Now, Kyle, Punchman, this figure is just emerging out of a massive pond. How do you describe your character entering into the scene? Where, how, and what?
Now the question is was there anything in the sewers that I was able to grab?
Actually, no, wait, no. I have to modify this intro. You at this point had made your way out of the sewer, and at some point the sewer had merged into what appeared to be a natural sort of reservoir of water, and you felt the beating, stinging pain in your head in the forward direction. You swim, and you see the murky red begin to appear, the flakes of skin, and you can see the figure beginning to emerge out of the water. Now, you are currently swimming behind it as it is getting out. How do you describe yourself coming in?
So I'm swimming?
Yes.
You see someone swimming decently fast, but not because they are, you know, like aerodynamic in the water, but just because of the sheer like rage-filled strokes I am doing. And you note that
I'll just put that there for now. Go on.
You note that I am wearing armor while swimming, which is very questionable. Additionally, my helm looks weird from where you are.
The way you're moving through the water is not fast by way of hydrodynamics, it's fast by applied force.
Exactly.
And aerodynamic in water is just hydrodynamic.
That's what I said.
No, Kyle said aerodynamic.
Yeah, and then he's
in
hydrodynamic. You don't need to correct me twice. And
actually, it's hydrodynamic.
And as I swim, shut the fuck up. And as I swim, you hear me yell, "Fiend!"
All right, and with that, everybody, let's roll initiative.
Can I?
Do you want to put us on the map so we can have our tokens so you can?
Okay. Also, can I take my first attack as to how it acts?
So, yeah, go for it. There are 7 targets currently in front of you, and it's debatable whether the one that just emerged from the water is also good.
16 to hit. I'll hit the one that's closest to the shoreline.
There's a lot of them on the shoreline. You're gonna have to be more specific.
I'll hit the one closest to me.
Okay, so this one that definitely hits. Roll for damage then.
Damage is plus my charisma modifier. I'm a sweaty nerd. 11 points of force damage.
And you see immediately, like, you were unaware, all the rest of you were basically unaware of Xanarit's capabilities of sorts. Until you see a bolt of arcane energy leap from Xanarit's hand and blast a solid half of one of the ghoulish creature's faces off. But it still stands, lumbers forward, and stares directly at you, Zen.
You want some? Come get it! Waiting for us, Scrap.
And Emil, yeah, I was gonna say you can put your token basically anywhere.
Need to make my token to, how does one make a token to put down?
Drag your character sheet, from the side onto the board.
So I rolled a 12, just so you know.
Let's see. Wolfram, did you roll initiative?
Oh no, I didn't. I was just putting my token on.
Drawing yours, yours. Yeah, Punchman, you rolled yours. Drop my die. This is just kind of too much. Oh, this creature did not do well.
Aiden, is this red area where we were originally starting?
Yeah, but obviously certain conditions will apply, such as you immediately dipping out of the area and Thorin, like, describing how he's much farther up. And those guys actually...
Here. I'm gonna put myself, like, right here, and then I'm just, like, back against the tree.
And Xanareth, you rolled initiative? Yes, you did.
I've rolled a 12.
Turn. 12. Now, let's sort these motherfuckers. I'm going to guess, Emil, you had the higher dex, right? I don't think it's much of a competition. What is your dex?
18.
And, Punchman, what's yours?
Lower than 18.
Alright, then Emil, you are indeed up first.
Alright, perfect. Oh, alright, awesome. So the first person that I touch is just gonna get fucking murked.
Uh-huh.
Hold on. All right, let me plan this out.
I'll get rid of the red area at this point. Oh shit!
All right, so which is the?
Go on.
Which is the big one? I'm assuming this is the big one.
Yes, that would be correct.
And then this is the. This guy's coming out of the water right now.
All of them are at this moment, but the one closest to you is the one that just got blasted to high health.
Hey Aiden, real quick, check the layout for the stream.
Oh, right, sorry. I had to swap it over to copy over the things. There we are. I just gotta move them around a bit.
Oh, this one's already been blasted to high health.
Yes.
I think you can get rid of our names if you want for this.
I'm just gonna move them like out of the way of the combat thing. I'll figure out an actually good layout later.
All right. So following, it was Xanareth that casted the Eldritch Blast, right?
Correct.
All right. Following like the trajectory of Xanareth's Eldritch Blast, I would say I probably have like a general idea of like where this one is.
Mm-hmm.
So I just leap out from the tree and immediately go for a killing blow straight for the heart. Like, like swift motion. Knife is drawn. And then also, this is like, don't forget about assassinate.
Assassinate was, yeah, you get an automatic crit against anyone that hasn't acted yet.
Yep.
So, go ahead.
Advantage. Did that roll? No, it did not.
No, it did not.
There we go.
Huh.
Oh, they both rolled.
Both
Wait,
of,
what the fuck?
I assume you're just going for the first attack, right? Because you're not dual wielding or anything like that. Okay, so yeah, the first attack does indeed hit. It has
automatic,
and you jam the knife right into its where its jugular would be, and it like you can tell it's sort of stumbling to stay upright, but it and like rears its head at you, clearly getting ready to bite. Is that your turn?
I'm not sure if the stream has music right now, but air sound was only 1 minute and 15 seconds long.
I have the. I'm not using any like in Discord things. I just have it like playing in my own browser in the background, and I have it set to loop.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. Is that your turn? Is that your turn, Emil?
Give me 1 second.
Actually, that's okay. I think so.
Welcome.
Oh, can I? Hold on, I forgot about the sneak attack bonus.
Oh, right, yeah. Don't
More
even
dice.
Just roll the d.
Don't
just
even
roll
bother.
a d6.
It's dead.
All right.
And that is your turn, correct?
Yep. Yes.
All right. Next up, Mr. Bunchman.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of this thing.
I imagine.
Is there a sneak attack modifier to what I have?
Yes, there is, or at least there
Yes.
should.
All right.
Yeah, just make sure to
There
click
is, I
the
just forgot.
checkbox whenever you make an attack. It will automatically add it.
Yep.
That is indeed going to hit. Any specific spot you're punching, or are you just throwing them out?
I am just punching the fucking back of its leg. This is the smallest amount of damage I will do right now. I'm gonna execute it later.
All right, you give it like a good like jab to the back of the leg, like back of the knee area, and it like lurches forward a little bit, looks back at you, and then its eyes seem to fix on the small gentleman of the group. and the rest of you see it fixes its gaze on the mayor.
I'm also going to use Brutish durability.
Okay.
As a bonus action.
Which one is on the mayor? Or looking towards the mayor?
The big boy. And if you just want to, I think, do I have the? Yeah. So if you just add the temp HP onto your character sheet or onto your token, it'll do it vice versa. I have it set up to do that. Next up, Wolfram. Oh, okay, that's your owl. I was wondering what was going on there.
Yeah, and I'm going to have my owl fly up. I'll put it over here just because it's out of the way. And it's going to basically be scouting for me.
Okay.
In case any more enemies appear or anything. Here, let's do a quick measure.
How much HP did Brutish Durability give, Kyle?
It just gives me 5 as of now, but I get to roll extra on my saving throws.
Okay. I will use my bonus action to activate the Blade Song as I enter the first form of the Blade Song, which is like the ready stance. And then I'm going to use the added movement, which I get from it, to run myself into the big guy. And then I'm going to attack him.
Alright, rolled it.
I'm going to cast Green Flame Blade so that the excess damage leaps to the little guy.
Alright, roll all your bullshit.
Well, it is just a...
That will indeed hit.
Alright, and then Green Flame Blade, I believe, or, well, my flame is colored cyan, but
Besides the point.
Yeah, that's besides the point, but also cool flavor, it matches his scarf and everything. It deals, I believe, 5 damage right now. The second takes fire damage equal to your spellcasting ability modifier. Yeah, it takes 5 damage.
Alright. And the main boy only took 10, right?
Yeah, only 10.
Only 10. Alright. You give a flaming slash into it, like straight across the chest, and the flames leap off onto the ghoul behind it, and they both sort of like shriek in pain at it, but it still seems fixated on the mayor. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that will be my turn.
Alright. Jesus Christ, Racey's a goddamn 23.
By the way, if anybody's curious, this is just what Deep does during her games.
No way. Deep's AC stacking.
Heinrich, your turn.
Oh, perfect. Alright, first thing I've gotta do, I'm gonna use a tactical assessment to see what the hell is this dude that came out of the water. So I will use my combat maneuver to use tactical assessment, so I gain, I believe, advantage on this roll. And it's going to be an investigation check. It'll be a... Let's go with an investigation check. I'm just trying to see if he's a ghoul, a demon, or we just enemy of my enemy is my friend situation.
I did that same analysis, and that's what I came up with. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
I came up with that as well.
Yeah, I just saw him attack a ghoul. I was like, yo, let's roll with the punches. This dude, for the moment, is on our side. We don't know what'll happen once he's out of ghouls.
What was the so what did tactical assessment do? It was just you add the like
I can use a superiority die to add on to the roll instead of not gain advantage, so I could use it to gain a D8 on my 12, which would be enough for me to be like, he's probably good for right now.
Yeah, in terms of the thing that you're facing, you recognize this creature from the Arcana conflict. And you would know this is a demon. The entourage it has behind it seem to be just ghoulish figures. You can't recognize anything specific about them other than they're just straight ghoulishness.
I don't suppose I have the arcane knowledge to know whether or not killing the demon will possibly dispel the ghouls.
Unfortunately, you do not.
Okay. Well, current situation is I'm going to use an action surge.
All right.
So I now have 2 attacks this turn.
Sounds good.
And I'm going to target this ghoul with my first attack. Let's see. So roll on that.
Ooh.
Jesus Lord.
So that's a misfire. So you are shit out of luck for the rest of your. Well, you can spend. Oh God, how'd the misfire thing work?
And an action to make a Tinker's tool check to try and repair the gun in the field.
Since
You
he
did
said he
use
was
your
going
action
to-
surge, so you can attempt that now.
I could, but at the current moment, I'm aware that they're targeting the mayor, so I am. Okay, Mayor Tracewood is in front of me. I'm going to move myself in front of Tracewood, and then I will use my action to clear the jam.
Alright.
So-
And what was the Phoenix? What was the rules for the check itself?
I believe, please look this up because I might be wrong. I believe it is a Tinker's tool check. To fix it, I am not entirely sure about that though.
Check. I have the thing open right now. Misfire. The attack misses, and the weapon cannot be used again until you spend an action to try and repair it. To repair your firearm, you make a successful Tinker's Tools check. So I need to make a DC 8 plus my misfire score, which is a.
And you have you have proficiency in Tinker's Tools, right?
Yep.
Alright, so yeah, your proficiency bonus, all that.
Yep. And this has a misfire of I swear I put it somewhere. Oh no, I wasn't expecting for my first shot to just.
While all that is
cheese
going
it.
on, it is going to be the ghoul's turn.
What weapon are you using?
It's the my revolver, which is based off of the, I believe, pepper box. Yep, pepper box. So it's a DC 10 check. Tinker's Tools. All right, yeah, I pass. So I clear the jam.
All right. So wasted turn. All right. And the one ghoul that you seared its flesh is going to target you, Wolfram. Oh wait, shit, that might actually hit. Hold on, folks. That is a. God damn it! It's one off.
Aww.
Rolled
no.
a fucking 22.
Too bad you couldn't hit the melee wizard who has no health. It was a very, very sad day for everyone.
Emil, the one ghoul, is going to walk over the corpse of the other. I need to put it in front as opposed to behind. There we go. It's going to go after you. That is not going to hit either. Punchman, the ghoul next to you, is going to go for you. That hits. And it is going for a claw attack. Da-da-da-da-da. That is a total of 7 damage. And I need you to make a con saving throw for me.
Okay. And I get to add a D6 to this. Yeah, I don't set up.
You pass regardless.
Okie dokie. And it does how much damage?
It was 7. So only actually 2 damage to you, because 5 pick up absorbed by the temp HP. However, there are still 2 more ghouls. One of them is going to run directly past you and is going to go for Wolfram. Alright, make the attack roll against it. That obviously is not hit. Holy shit, that hits. And you're adding an extra... rounded down, so an extra 3 damage, so 13. It claw swipes you, like, across the back, to which you immediately turn around and knock its jaw clean off, and it, like, does a little rock skip across the pond. Alright, Xanareth, is your turn.
I'm gonna take 2 steps this way if I can move my token. And then I'm going to try and get a clean shot on either this one right here or...
Either one, your choice.
There's more around Man and Wolfram, so I'm gonna take my shot at this one.
Alrighty.
It's gonna be another splash shot.
Sounds good. That does hit.
A 25 to hit, and then it is going to be points of force damage, and I'm gonna try and keep Fear from moving forward and fighting.
Hey, Emil, what was that?
I was just testing out something. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Alrighty.
If you installed the dice hacks properly.
And now
Yeah, as you can see, my...
Now it is the main demon's turn, and it is... Let's see, what is it? Speed? It is just the standard...
Yo, what the fuck is this movement? What?
Would it know to avoid me? Probably.
I would think it would take the most direct course, but I don't know how smart this demon is.
If you want to make an Arcana check against it, you can. But it is going to take the dash action, so Wolfram, you would get an opportunity attack against it.
I'll roll that opportunity attack, and then I'll roll my Arcana check to see if this was taught in Madame Vincenessa's demonology class. That's a miss.
Random name, demonology class. Got it.
And that's
You got no clue how actually intelligent this creature is, but it is intelligent enough to know to at least avoid the man with the warhammer. But speaking of man with a warhammer, Thorin.
Okay. Can I attack diagonally?
Yes, you can.
That's all I needed to hear. Okay. So, first, bonus action, I'm casting Searing Smite on my Warhammer. Running over to him. Can I move here, or is this an obstruction?
That is an obstructed space. That is a lamppost.
Okay. So, around here. I'm taking a swing with my Warhammer.
Holy shit!
Natural
Oh no!
20.
Yo, smite,
Hell
triple,
yeah.
block.
Alright.
Listen.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen!
Remember
All
that
right.
so an extra D8 on your smite?
Yep. Let me just... Okay, here's what's happening. Searing Smite, Divine Smite, Crusher, and Goading Attack.
Holy shit! Alright!
Let me decrease the superiority die. That's a... I'm actually going to type all this out, because this is a lot.
Yeah, go for it.
Gawain has left the chat, but there is still a paladin, and he will still crit.
/R 18 from the initial attack, plus what's 2d6 from the Searing Smite plus 6d8 from the standard Divine Smite.
What the fuck?
Don't fuck with paladins.
Yeah. How much is a superiority die?
Alright,
it's
so
a
D8.
Yeah, D8.
Oh, is it a D8? It's a D8.
It's a D8.
So it's another 2d8 from the superiority die.
This might be over in
And,
one turn, gentlemen.
So as we are
remember,
talking
Thorin,
about
smite damage crits.
Oh yeah, I know. That's why I'm rolling 68. So the base weapon attack was 18, so that's what I already have that on here. Plus 2d8, and I thought there was something else, right?
Goading
did
attack,
you do the-
superiority die, damage of Searing
I want to
Smite.
point out that a regular fighter or regular paladin that does not use overrules is an average of 35 damage a turn if you smite. If you're using two weapons, you hit with both weapons, and your strength is
Okay. So
this level.
Holy shit!
4 damage. Is it alive?
Vaporized.
You know what the funniest thing is? Never mind. Yeah, that is funny.
Wait,
And
hang on,
another little padre
no,
hijo del
no,
Espíritu Santo,
no
amen.
fucking way!
You've gotta show it.
So-
You've gotta show it.
Look at that bitch's health!
Okay.
It's loading, it's going into Discord. For whatever reason, it's taking forever to upload. Mathed out exactly! Thorin, how the fuck does it die? Holy shit!
I think like he takes his warhammer and he hasn't swung this thing in a while. So he fully throws the shield away, takes his and for flavor, can we say the divine smite comes from my hand and not the warhammer?
Yeah, fuck it, go for it.
I want to swing the warhammer. Like I want to scream as I rush it. I swing the warhammer as it's turning to look at me. It spins his jaw. It hits him perfectly in the jaw. Spins his head clean 360 while snapping his jaw off. And then I want to hit it with one uppercut with all the searing and divine smite energy, and just launch it into the stratosphere as he goes flying into the woods.
Holy, okay. I'm gonna again try and show this on stream. Holy shit, dude.
Your powers are inconsequential compared to mine, mortal.
So, for anyone who didn't catch it on the stream, that whole attack mathed out to 72 damage. Only had
paladins are fucking stupid.
I just imagine Heinrich looking back at the demon, seeing it flying off, half vaporized by the smite, and just kind of remembering that for a decent time of Aegis Skrad's early history, paladins were its military force.
And like that, the demon, within the first turn, within the first, 6 seconds of everything going down, ran to Mayor Tracewood after he fainted, to which Thorin then immediately whipped out his warhammer, ran over to it, slammed into it with the brightest explosion to the point where everyone within the near vicinity recoils with how bright it is, has to step back, cover their eyes, and when they open it again, the demon is gone.
A question for you, DM.
Yes.
Being the Infernal Legacy, take radiant damage just for being in the vicinity of that?
Luckily, no. Your bloodline is not that closely related to the
Don't
lower
worry.
planes.
Don't worry,
You
Heinrich
can feel your blood
Heinrich-
pressure rise a little.
Heinrich is acting as a shield from the essentially divine radiation of a nuclear blast.
Holy fuck! Like, okay.
When I said Thorin hates demons, okay, I meant he hates demons.
When I
Oh my
I've been gladly
god!
taking damage with that too. That was fucking amazing.
Emil,
dude.
it's your turn. Holy hell!
Well, try to, you know, put on a show after that one there, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. Oh, I love paladins for this
You built
exact
a character-
reason.
You built a character that just completely bodied fucking counter one. Now
what
Ada
was that
knows.
demon's name, by the way? Like, what type of demon was it?
Inconsequential.
The dead kind.
So, Thorin, make an Arcana check. It's not a very high DC. Make it anyway, just like in the moment, to try and figure it out. But like, you've got all of the fucking adrenaline rushing from just that one strike. So just try and see if you can parse it in your mind. But Emil, it's your turn. Holy
Hit so hard. The demon's soul fragmented into 1,000 dretches.
Alright, I'm gonna use my...
You know the demon in your head, but you can't think of the name yet. You need to take a second to calm down after that, in order to really, like...
It's just like...
Get your thoughts straight.
His head is lagging.
Fair enough.
Alright,
fine.
Emil,
That's
go
understandable.
ahead.
Alright, I'm gonna use my bonus action to apply a poison to my dagger using the glove. Like, I make the injection, I just, like, in one swift motion, I sort of coat the blade, and then I just go to attack the little fuck in front of me.
Alright, roll to hit. That... Ooh, is that gonna hit? That is right on the money, you're good. So, 15 damage total?
Yep.
Alright. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Alright. Sick. Jesus, I'm still recoiling from that turn.
And then don't forget that this
Yeah.
one is now poisoned as well.
I'm
Alright.
putting the marker on. Punch
That's
Man.
what we call a paladin crit, ladies and gentlemen.
From your perspective, you watch the demon run away from you towards what is apparent, what you can guess is the weakest physically member of the group, and you see it rush away, and you're tracking it as it runs away, and you see the largest man in the group whip out a warhammer, strike it, and you have to recoil at the brightness of the energy that came off that. And when the light dimmed, the demon was gone and there was a char mark where it stood. Which only means one thing in your mind. That's a paladin.
Punchman has the Punchman equivalent of a boner.
No. They're quite the opposite, my friend.
Wait. I'm using Action Surge.
Oh no. Oh boy.
There are things around. Like, are the things still alive around? Right?
Yes, but you can tell that they're hanging on. And I'm guessing you're going for the two weakest ones.
Yeah.
As one punch lands square in the side of its head, you feel you hit a soft spot as your fist goes straight through its skull and out again.
I don't think we're making it back to my turn.
Maybe not. And then you're going for the other weakest one.
Yeah. But does a 10 hit the bottom one?
Yes, actually.
Okay, then can I just describe that I grab the one near Wolfram by its arm and swing it over, kind of and bludgeon the other one to death like with a baseball bat. And Wolfram, as I do this, you hear me shriek in rage, "Fiend! Paladin!" That's my thing.
Wolfram recoils less from the smite and more from the screaming of Punchman right into his ear. As he screamed this when he went to grab the one behind him, and so it fucking hurts his ears.
Holy shit.
Well, let's see what I can do.
That's the reason I've been wanting to play this character so much.
And I not only gave you the tools to do so, but made the tools you had even better. That was not what I was expecting to say least.
Okay.
Like, I didn't expect the boss to last that long. But holy shit! 72! Go on.
Alright, I'm going to cast Booming Blade on the one in front of me and attack it.
That's going in.
Alright, and then I'm going to just move over to this one over here. It can make its opportunity attack if it would like.
It will. That is a 22 again. Son of a bitch.
And yeah, that's my turn.
Alright. Heinrich, your go.
I eject the bad shell or bad bullet. Cock the gun. I'm going to point, and I'm going to raise my revolver up again, and I'm going to use a grit to activate Deadeye Shot, which gives me advantage on this attack.
All right, go right ahead.
So leakage sharpshooter.
That will indeed hit.
Wait, hold on, I forgot. Whatever. So yeah, 5 damage.
All right, the shot.
And let's see. I think the only people in this party who've heard a gun are Thorin, Xanareth, and Emil.
Xanareth is actually debatable. I don't think Xanareth's ever actually been around.
Xanareth, have you been around the Aegean military?
That's a good question. I don't think the answer is yes.
Okay, so this is your first time hearing a gun, and I'm 5 feet away from you.
Can I roll a Constitution saving throw?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Just because I want to see where this goes.
I think a con save is more than appropriate for the first time hearing a gun being fired 5 feet from your face.
Wait, hold on. I should actually roll that other part of that other section of the.
Oh.
Okay, so I remembered I had the advantage and just forgot to do that. So it's a crit now. Oh. Well then, allow me to roll the real damage of that.
Yeah, since that's 2d8 now.
Yep. 15 damage.
Yeah. As Wolfram runs away from the ghoulish figure, and it like turns to start running back towards him, you immediately pistol aim, bang! And Xanareth, you manage to, like, you definitely get some ear ring for like the first second or so, but the moment you look back up at the ghoul, yeah, you hear some ringing. But the moment you look back up at the ghoul, you can see a clean hole through its skull as it falls to the floor.
Aiden, could I suggest some more graphicness?
Go for it.
Can the booming energy which Wolfram left in it explode with the bullet?
You know what? Absolutely it can. And as it falls to the floor, you see like some magic energy sort of accumulate around it as its head and explodes into a red mist.
I should probably explain to Wolfram and Punchman. Yeah. So yeah, Wolfram, as you run away from the ghoul, you hear a fucking explosion behind you.
Sounds like one of Rozik's experiments.
And then Punchman, you also hear the same, but I don't know whether or not you're looking at the ghoul. I don't know where you're looking.
Yes.
I'm looking at my next victim.
Which one?
Can we say Can I have noticed how Punchman is looking at me right now?
I'm not looking at you per se, but
Paladin.
I'm not looking at you per se, but I did shout Paladin very angrily.
Okay. Still concerning.
It is now the one singular ghoul that's... Oh, well, there's two ghouls. So Emil, the ghoul that's immediately next to you, is going to make a bite attack against you. That does not hit, as you just sort of, like, dodge to the side a little bit as it's, like, limping around. I should roll disadvantage, even worse. And you can see that its motions are like, lagging behind. And you just kind of, like, sidestep it a little bit. And then Punchman, the ghoul that's next to you, is going to go and go for a bite attack. And that is going to hit for how much damage? 5 piercing damage. Alright.
So I just so happen to be using my reaction.
Go for it. So add an extra 2 damage onto the attack. Alright, yep, that hits alright. So that is 8 damage. Alright, Xanath, your turn. Or,
how much was the original damage it did? 5?
Yeah, so.
To here.
Okay.
And I'm going to make another Eldritch Blast attack at this one up here.
Yeah, go for it.
I barely just have vision on it. It's clear enough for a shot.
Yeah, you got a shot.
That is a 14 to hit.
That will hit.
11 damage to it.
Alright.
Again, more ticking off in the distance as I'm throwing these blasts of arcane energy out.
Now, Thorin, it's back to you. The demon that was once there is no longer, and you turn around and see there are 2 ghouls left that clearly are on their last legs.
I think my thing right now is the mayor. I heard the paladin behind me. That's gonna be dealt with. I'm focusing on the mayor. I'm like, are you okay? Are you hurt?
Okay. Currently, Mayor Tracewood is still out, but,
passed out.
Yelvin, he is passed out. Yelvin, however, is currently tending.
Out.
Yeah, Yelvin is currently tending to the mayor, and Yelvin is just go on. I have him handled. Don't worry about him.
Very well. Where are the ghouls?
Seems to be at Los Angeles. Oh, never mind. The ghouls are over here and here.
That's one, 2. Okay, I'm back.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna just make my way here, and I'm just gonna take another swing.
Alright, go for it.
I don't think you need to add smite this time, my guy.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
No, do it. Let the
Oh my
haters
God.
hate.
Worst timing, roll 20.
Yeah, that's going to hit, and it is dead as you Warhammer strike it straight in its rib cage, and its entire torso concaves and shatters as it just kind of collapses to the ground.
This is what I do. This is my job.
If that's all, Emil, it's your turn.
Yep.
Oh, and Emil, make sure that you mark off a charge of poison.
I did.
Okay. And then go off.
It's 2060. This is so sad.
This is so sad.
Alexa, play Despacito.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I mean, whatever. I'm just getting a steady aim and just chuck my dagger at the last one.
All right, go for it. Yeah, that's going to hit. How does it die?
The knife just comes whizzing out of nowhere and hits it like square right in the side of the head, and it just immediately falls to the side with the momentum of the knife. And then I just walk up and I just pull it out.
Alrighty.
That's all of them, right?
Yep.
That we know of.
From what you can tell, combat appears to be over.
All right, so
I'm popping another divine sense before anything.
All right, and the divine energy sort of emanates from you for a brief moment, and you don't sense anything. I will take care of the combat music momentarily, but continue on, gentlemen.
I'm gonna I'm gonna open up my revolver because it's a break action. Take out the two spent cartridges. Take out the spent cartridge and then take out the bad bullet and place it into a separate pouch. And I'm going to load 2 more rounds into it before shutting it closed and placing it and thinking about placing it in my holster before keeping it at my side, because technically threats against me aren't over yet.
I was going to say, I'm still looking right at Punchman to see what he does. With my sword still in hand, but it's a bit more relaxed.
After hearing that paladin, I keep my warhammer and my shield ready.
Yeah, as you do your divine sense, I turn towards you and slowly pace.
I'm gonna follow his slow paces.
I'm.
God.
I am no friend of the gods.
You see him take a step back almost, and his helmet slants to one side.
The divinity. I'll just say, divinity is not the exclusive realm of the gods. I've learned to wield it on my own.
I'm gonna just start pacing back toward, like, taking back steps towards where the mayor is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take note of where Xanareth goes, because I got questions for Xanareth, considering they look Aegean.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And in that, as you say that, I kind of like turn my head and think for a second, and extend my hand in a sort of shake.
Towards me?
Yeah.
I'll cautiously accept it with my I'll set down the warhammer and like tilt it against my leg, and I'll accept the handshake.
I give you a firm handshake, and upon releasing, I pound my chest in a somewhat salute.
And I don't pound my chest, but I place my hand on my chest and just nod, and then like in a return.
I'm going to roll a history check, because who the hell is this dude, and why does he look Aegean? What can I tell from how he looks and how he saluted?
I would like to make a similar history check, more so focusing on what he's wearing, his armor, and things like that.
And if I may, could I just describe at least one aspect of my character that might give them insight? Aiden?
Shit, I was muted.
Aiden, if you're talking, we can. Yep, all right.
So, you can go ahead and describe as much as you want, since they both rolled a 23 and a 19 for their history checks.
You both would see that on my rusted pauldron on my left side, you see that I have a scratched symbol of helm, the gauntlet with an eye on it, which is
long
a
ago?
very old.
I'm gonna
How long
put
ago
my
was
gun
Aegis Grud?
away.
How long ago was Aegis Grud affiliated with Helm?
Roughly a few hundred years ago, almost.
That's another lost. That's fun.
I'm looking very carefully. I'm gonna first of all move over here to like sort of face him, and very carefully look as far past the mask and into the face as I can.
Oh, and
Does that
Heinrich,
face?
and actually both of you, I can give you actually a pretty accurate time. About a little over 400 years ago was the last time any Paladins of Helm were ever seen, which was the night of the Blood Moon.
I'm looking towards him,
Yo.
and I'm making sure. I'm trying to see if his face has like human features, ears, human.
Man with the unusual helm. You came from Aegiopus, didn't you?
And Wolfram, it's worth noting, no matter how much you try, you can't see into his helmet to his face. It is almost entirely occluded.
He was one of the abandoned.
You see smoke beginning to bellow from his helmet at that statement, Heinrich.
Abandoned. Helm has no love nor respect from the people of Aegisgrad. We are a nation sovereign and independent from divinity. We hold no love for the bastard.
Can I tell, like, he's very, like, just, outdoors, like he's not had a shower or a meal in however long it's been. Can I tell that he's like...
Despite
I mean, technically he just got cleaned by
despite
the river.
even the large body of water he just emerged from, he is still caked in dry dirt, like all over parts of his armor. Most of his armor is extremely rusted, still barely functional as armor, but armor nonetheless.
Alright, considering... Did anyone take any damage this combat?
I don't think so.
Oh, actually, that's the amazing part. Both the swings against... Alright, so Ada made 2 swings against one character, and that character was deep.
I made swings against other people as well, but the only person I actually connected with and did any damage was Punchman, and it was 2. All the rest of the damage went to his temp HP.
Okay.
Yeah, you can try to heal Punchman. I don't think that will end well.
It'll help.
I was gonna use Lay on Hands to try and purge any diseases or poisons from him.
To which the main demon did not get a single swipe out.
Yeah, as much as he tried.
So, like, just any, hold on, let me just reread it. I believe I can use 5 points of Lay on Hands at a time to cure any non-magical diseases or poisons.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I just want to see if I can find any in Punchman and cure them if I can.
Okay. You don't really notice anything, and if anything, where he was scratched, it actually doesn't seem like it penned his armor at all. So it doesn't look like it actually broke any surfaces or anything.
No, I am missing 2 HP. I don't know why it's not showing it on my character.
It is. It's
HP
just
is not
very,
necessarily
very slight,
like mortal wounds.
You got
per
bruised.
se. Yeah, you effectively got bruised.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's so terrible for what that god did to his own servants.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That's...
Okay. Emil, I'm gonna need you to make a stealth check for me if you're trying to be concealing.
Well, Oh, I'm not trying to conceal any of it.
Okay, well, if you want to
I can
describe to people what's going on, there are at least some of you who are attentive enough to see Emil in the background doing something.
All right, so
trying to keep an eye out on him.
Well, everyone else starts having this conversation. Emil went over and he took like the knife out of the ghoul's head, and then he like kneeled down. And he's like looking over it, and then he takes his knife and he starts dissecting the ghoul. He's taking off like layers of skin and he's like putting them in vials as like samples. He's like opened up the chest cavity and he's cutting off samples from like every organ he can find.
It is funny. That is
bunch we have.
That is what Wolf is going to do next.
That's not a bad idea. I'm gonna start just now that like I'm no longer in like apparently danger. I do that thing with Punch Man, and once that seems good, I want to start looking around. I want to see if there's any portals, if I can. I want to walk around the entire perimeter of whatever clearing it looks like we're in. And I'm just going to use my other divine senses to see if I can't pick up any hint of celestial fiend or undead.
Is the body of the demon completely gone?
Oh, it's gone.
Heinrich is.
Let me interrupt real quick.
Okay.
Can I just roll an investigation check to see if I can recognize anything that might be useful in the poisons department, and then also just like to learn as much about the biology of this creature as I can.
Make an investigation or medicine check for me.
That's with advantage, my bad. We can just take the 11.
So you don't. You've heard of many. You've heard tales of different types of ghouls and zombies of varying origins. You've heard tales of them originating from sickness, from disease, sometimes from curses, or from like a deal gone wrong. It doesn't seem like this ghoul is a product of any sort of disease. You don't necessarily notice any sickness, but it's the entire body is just decaying and withering. But no signs point to it being illness-based.
Then I'll just take 2 pounds of samples.
I'm going to walk up to Emil as well. Mind if we share some notes? I also deal with physiology, I guess, for creatures such as this. So my purview of it is less on the physiology and more on the magic behind such creatures.
Of course.
Heinrich is currently like just kind of examining Punch Man, because like Thorin was one thing. He's established himself as like a member of modern society at this point. Punch Man literally just walked out of the storybooks, essentially.
Yeah, effectively.
I would like to
also,
perform.
You notice that upon closer inspection of Punch Man, that his helmet, you notice that it looked weird originally. It didn't look right. And as you get a closer look, you notice that his helmet isn't made of metal, it's stone. Solid stone, covered in scratches and mold and cracks, but solid stone.
I'm going to just like slightly like tell the rest of the party maybe. Now might be a good time to rest while we inspect the bodies.
And at this point, Yelvin and is like beginning to snap Bear Tracewood back to his senses and wake him up. What the fuck was that?
And I'm gonna kind of go over to him and said, "That, my dear Maya, is what I believe you hired me to find."
Let's make one thing clear. I didn't hire you. You were sent here. Holy shit.
I would like to...
Holy fuck. Holy shit.
Mr. Mayor, that reminds me, seeing as how we have just saved your life, I would say it is only even that you return the favor to me. So I would like to speak to you about some private business at a later junction.
I get that. We were going to speak about that anyway when we got back to the town hall. Holy shit. Yelvin, You didn't see anything about this, right? Like you didn't know about this, and Yelvin's like, no, I didn't know about this at all. This, none of the truths.
I'm taking out.
I'm
taking out my sending stone.
All right, and you take out the small, like palm-sized stone, the side of a face carved into it, and it like sort of lights up with this faint bluish glow in the grooves. And you hear a voice within your mind. Well, you have 25 words. Speak to me, Thorn.
The 25 words. I'm not saying these. These don't count.
I figured.
The woods just outside town. Me and a group were walking, encountered demonic creatures. No, wait, encountered demons. These are full demons, right?
Yeah,
like this wasn't a corrupted.
The one was a demon.
One demon, 4 ghouls.
And just to clarify, this is the first time in a while that I've seen like a full demon, right?
Demon,
like
yes.
not just. Yeah, so that's why he. That's the explanation as to why he went so hard. It's just like, oh, demon, biggest threat in existence. Yeah. Okay, go time.
Anyway,
yeah,
you have roughly 12 more words.
Yep.
Yep.
No one injured. Threat taken care of. Going to escort mayor to town.
All right, and the message sort of cuts off. A few seconds go by. All right, your posse has been notified. They'll be in town within the next hour. And then
Hold
the
up, I'm
message
getting a call.
cuts out.
Hold up, I'm getting another sending.
And the sending stone goes dim.
Yep.
Okay. Yelvin? I'm going to trust that you and your druids clean this place up. Don't get rid of shit. Darburik is going to send his boys to come take care of this. I assume, Thorin, your boys are going to also want to come over here and take care of this stuff as well. So don't get rid of anything, but just clean this place up and quarter this place off. Nobody is allowed in. Understood? Yes, ma'am, of course. All right, everybody, get up and at 'em. We're heading back to the town hall now. We can't sit here. This needs to be addressed now.
Heinrich snaps out of his kind of like shocked stupor and like examining living legend numero dos.
I would also like to add, as you examine me, anytime you get near my helm to like touch it, I start to growl.
Yeah, first time you do that, I go, he understands it. You look like a feral animal.
You in the rusted as shit armor. I don't know who you are. I don't even know how much of a language you speak, but if you want, I'd appreciate if you came with us. However, I have no clue how sentient you are, because you do not seem all right in the head. So I'd appreciate if you came with us, but I have no control over you.
I'm gonna look over to good old Puncho.
I think I'm actually going to look at the mayor and say there's no need to potentially antagonize allies.
I get that. I'm under a lot of stress right now. Holy fuck.
Politician smile, all that shit dropped, facade's gone. He's business mode. Heinrich's going to look over to Punchman once more. I believe we both understand that where there's one group of demons, there will be other fiends to be found nearby. Your capabilities have been shown, and if you're out here to kill demons, then we can provide you the support to survive to kill more.
Always.
If that is what you wish to see us as, then so be it.
I'm going to ask the mayor if I can body bag one of them.
I'd really appreciate if you didn't, honestly. I want everything as much to remain here as possible. Like, no offense to you, but there needs to be an investigation done, and we need to make sure as much stuff is still here as possible.
We know little if they have any form of variant with them. We should probably perform some medical screening in that matter. Shtukov. I'm just dropping the whole idea of calling him Dr. Emil at this point. Shtukov. I don't know I do not know why you are here, or what you are here to do. But at the current moment, I believe we can put aside our differences and ensure that we both don't die to fiends in Amity. Yeah.
You will find I'm not the same as my father, Mr. Yeager. Mr. Wolfram, concerning the physiology of these creatures, it's pretty much in line with the normal biology of living things. As far as I understand, abyssal creatures can be prone to more volatile biology, but this does not seem to be the case with these ones. Maybe a bit of rotting, necrosis, but nothing too crazy.
Well, that may be fine. But I'm assuming you haven't done any form of magic screening.
No magic screening. That's not my area.
All right. I'm just going to, while we have like a few seconds, just really quickly cast Identify and cast Detect Magic, both of them using spell slots.
Detect Magic goes out, and no magic seems to linger in the area. Whatever was animating these things, whether it was viral or magical, is gone from the corpse entirely. These are now corpses. In terms of Identify, it yields effectively the same results.
I think while he does this, I'm briefing Yelvin. Like, do I get the sense he knows what demonic corruption looks like?
Demonic corruption specifically, likely not, but he likely knows what varying corrupting influences are. And if you want to make an insight check on him, to see if you can glean more.
Yep. I think I'm just briefing him like when you get your people here, here's what to look for. Here are common signs of demonic corruption. Don't touch them.
Right.
Whatever you do, don't touch them.
Right. I understand. I'll make sure all of my druids, my circle, are properly prepared. We've handled
10.
You get the feeling he
is not.
You get the feeling he's at least knowledgeable in otherworldly beings, not necessarily demons. But you can tell he's dealt with the Fae more than frequently, and you know that the Fae are bizarre and specific in their knowledge.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't know things, there's a good chance that the Fae that he communes with might.
Okay. Yep, I'm just giving him the typical rundown. I'm telling him that my people are going to be here. They know what to do. They're going to take care of this, and hopefully we'll be out of their hair as soon as possible.
Thank you a lot.
Cool.
And you see like a like dove almost like flutter down to his shoulder, and you hear him mutter varying syllables of a language you can't quite understand, and the bird almost gives a sort of nod and it flies off. I will stay in the area until my circle gets here. You all go. I'll have this handled from here until the rest of your group arrives. And the mayor's like, all right, let's go, people, let's go, wrap it up. Come on, let's go. And he is beginning to like power walk, and then just he goes into a full sprint.
Okay, I'm keeping pace with him because I think a sprint for him might be a jog for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, I pick up my pack, I strap it back on, and yeah, I am violently shaken by the fact that I have. By the way, what type of demon was it?
You finally like begin to calm your nerves. The adrenaline sort of subsides, and you remember the name of this demon. It is a Malrezi. And Malrezi, whatever the plural of them is, I'll say Malrezi, tend to be more sort of necrosis-based demons. They are often associated with commanding legions of ghouls at a time. And
I'm relaying this
you've
to
terrifyingly
the
seen,
academically inclined.
You've even terrifyingly witnessed a small group of Marezi resurrect almost a field of collapsed ghouls before.
God. Yeah, I relay this to the medical, like the academic ones, like this is what happened. Like demonically inclined.
It's a shame that the corpse could not be recovered. I would have enjoyed an examination, but whatever for now.
I'm going to give Emil the side eye. The corpses of demons are not something to be examined so flippantly. They are capable, even in death, they are capable of infection and corruption. These are things beyond mundane acts for the creations of medicinals. Stukov. I'm going to, because I've probably had experience with a Malrezi as well, because we're both Arcana conflict survivors.
Yes. And while you don't necessarily know the name of the demon, per se,
I know what they can do.
You've seen them before, and you know what they can do.
We need to get back to Hearthstiln. There's a possibility that its influence has reached this town, and if that's the case, we could possibly deal with this an undead outbreak. We need to make sure this isn't the only demon.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. Okay, let's. And the mayor
I
sort
think
of
I
like,
say a
takes
few
stop.
curses.
And at this point, you guys are at like the entrance of the grove. Effectively.
Yes.
And you already see some of the druids of the circle beginning to like post up outside the entrance. And they give you like a concerned look, but they are keeping vigilance for any other tourists or residents of the town more than anything.
I'm going to look to the druids, seeing that they obviously are looking for more than just us. How many individuals were sent in before and after us?
Well, there are many of us, druids. I don't know the exact numbers, but we have, I don't even know specifically how many, but we have enough personnel to where we can effectively post up outside the borders of the forest and cover all the effective ground that we can. And I know that our most capable druids are on the way to the scene immediately.
Oh yeah, before I forget, I need to make a tally mark.
Oh yeah. Let me move you guys back to the main screen now.
Who are you, Victor Zaz?
Yeah.
I hope that reference is got. All right, thank you.
I know Victor Zaz. I don't remember what he said.
If you know Victor's, what?
I didn't hear Thorin or Cameron.
I need to add a tally mark because that's what I'm using my screen as is a tally mark for my for killing demons.
Oh, that does make sense.
Eventually, you guys like sprinting through the town. You see like many people try to stop the mayor for varying business, but the mayor like shoos them all away. Like, sorry, very urgent business. I forgot about some clients that I had to meet with today. I'm in a bit of a mess and in a bit of a hurry today. I am sorry. I will get to the business later. Shit.
I'm going to go, Mayor. Do you need me to assist?
This is just me making up excuses as we're running. Okay, just. And eventually, you reach the steps of the town hall, and you see Darburik standing at the entrance on guard, but not like tense like you'd expect someone. And you can see Darburik is very much so like taken aback by the mayor's condition as well as like the rest of you guys. Sorry,
Mayor, Trace. Oh no, Mayor. All right, let's get inside.
And he like ushers you all in and shuts the door, locks it.
Luckily, there's nobody inside the town hall other than our usual people working here. Let's get you to your office. Everyone to the office.
And you see,
Vershoten.
and you all run past the person at the front desk. Urgent business. Sorry. Of course, Matt. Don't worry about it. And they sort of just give you like a welcome to the town hall. Sorry for the urgency. And you are all ushered into the mayor's office. It seems like it was once very elaborately decorated, but all of that was sort of like torn down, and the mayor is working on sort of renovating the office to make it more down to earth. You see like small collections of jewelry and fancy glasses on like some like glass shelves almost, and then on another shelf immediately across from it seems to be a like nicely like hand carved but like sort of locally hand carved desk with various like almost what seem to be personal trinkets. And then the desk seems to be another like locally carved piece as well. He sits down. All right. Time to write up a report. And that is where we're going to end today's session, folks.
Oh boy.